Okay, hi everyone. So there is a new version of the drawing app. It doesn't really look much different than before, but the difference is I've been refactoring it. So I'm quite satisfied with the result of this refactoring, and it could be better, but I think that for the moment it's in a stable state and only a few files would still need some tuning, and I just didn't have time for that. So let's look quickly at what this application is capable of and remember what we have. So we have these rectangles that we can draw, and we can select different shapes on the screen, and we can give them different fill colors, different stroke colors. We have here some quick buttons for swapping the colors or resetting to the previous values. And there is also line thickness happening here. I could have also wrote this as a text. So selecting it like so and changing it like this. This is text. It's also possible to load images. Let me see, where are they? I pressed the save button by mistake. Loading images is this one. So I can do that, and then some image comes here on the screen, and I can resize it. I can move it somewhere else. Speaking about resizing, resizing also has this option that if you hold shift if you hold shift, it's going to keep the aspect ratio locked. And resizing also can happen from here, like stretching it like so. But if you press this button, it's going to scale by preserving the aspect ratio. So you can see there the height is also changing at the same time. Then copying is also possible. There are shortcuts like Control C, Control V is doing that. I think if we select something, uh, Control D is duplicate, so you can also do it in one click. I think there is maybe some small bug that when I duplicate something, the selection box disappears. So then I have to click on some object. I can't click on the same object for some reason, but it's a minor thing. Anyway, delete works. So the key for delete also is doing something. One big thing that has been happening is that I managed to fix the rotation. So this was a bug with the rotation before. It was so that if you rotate in a way like this, then the scaling doesn't work properly anymore. And now it does. There is no more issue with that. And there was also some other issue at some point that scaling again after the shape was flipped, it was causing some problems. I think Yusuf found a solution for that one. Right. If you have a stage like this, you can also save it as a JSON file. So it's our format for saving things. Let's just say temp for temporary there. And now if I refresh the page, I lost it. But if I go to load and look for it here, it's coming back in the same way that it was previously, and I can continue to do drawings on it and things like that. Yeah, what else? There is also undo and redo. So I can undo these changes that I'm doing now and redo these changes that I'm doing now. There is also this button for select all. So selecting everything on the screen, and I can delete everything with delete like that. Undo is going to bring everything back, move things back to the center, and so on. I think that these are all the functionalities that I can think of at the moment. Hello, magic gloves. Well, maybe with them I go too quickly and then it's hard to keep up in the live stream. I don't know. Uh, Manim, you mean the one for animating math? Uh, I mean, it's already there. It's already in existing. Why? Ah, in JavaScript. What would be the benefit of that? I mean, Manim is used to make videos, to my knowledge, like to encode video form, and JavaScript is not really well known for that. And if you can do it, it's going to be this WebV format, I think, and it's going to be annoying for various reasons. Like, for example, I can't load WebV in my Premiere Pro. If I want to do some edits on top of that, I need to install a separate plugin for it and so on. So I think that you don't want to do that in JavaScript, and it's already existing and so many people are using it that I think it's already a good tool. But maybe someday for something like if you want the animation to stay as a web format, like not export to video and some simpler things, it's a good idea. I might try someday. Yeah. All right. So this is the app and this is how it works. But now the purpose of today is going to be to show you the contributions from Yusuf and Michael. Then I'm going to do an explanation of all of the refactoring and the bug fixes for the gizmo and the rotation bug fixes that I was able to implement. I also made it so that it avoids duplicated history items. So this was a suggestion from F. Dorsman. So these are going to be what I'm going to start with, the contributions, and then what I did in the code to refactor it. And I just finished cleaning it up. So I refactored it yesterday and I cleaned it up today. And it would have taken me 2 streams to just go through all of that. And yeah, I mean, I was able to do it in half the time because I did it offline, but the application didn't get new features. So the things that it's able to do now, oh yeah, I forgot about the zooming and panning is also possible to do in the app. So there are no new features. It's just the code that has been revised, written in a different way. So the reason for today's stream is also to help you catch up. Like if you want to start working with the project from now on, I will explain everything that it does in the first part of the stream. And then I'm going to move on to maybe implementing some of these features. So would like to have layers, maybe custom stage sizes, groups, overlays, back to front, something from this. I'm going to just choose whatever feels good. I don't have a clear plan for that. But let's start with these contributions. So first contribution from Yusuf. It's I accepted it already. It was a pull request, and it added some kind of automated testing for the application. So what it means is that if you go in the app and press Ctrl U, it's going to open this page. And this page automatically tests a lot of different functionalities in the applications, like if shapes can be drawn, deleted, copied, pasted, all kind of things. And even loading different drawings. So the code for this is mostly in test HTML. You will notice that if you press that shortcut Ctrl U, this test HTML file opens automatically. So this is a shortcut added here at the end for you, and it's going to open this test HTML. And in the test HTML, I'm not going to go into this because it doesn't really change the functionality of the application, but I will show that the code for that is basically loading all of the files that we had previously, but previous drawings and test.js. So these are things here, new additions, and test.js is a huge file that implements all of these different operations. So trying different operations on the canvas, and then letting us know if something is broken for some reason. So it's really nice. It doesn't cover all the functionality, but opening this and seeing a lot of green here is really good. It can also be broken if you do something and break the functionality for some reason. So yeah, let's see if we can break something just to demo. So let's say drawing the shapes is going to be broken somehow. I'm going to go now to viewport, draw shapes, and let's put here some kind of typo. I guess maybe this is going to break it somehow. So I just have a mistake there. And now if I refresh this, I get some kind of issues with the shapes being drawn here on this page. And I can get some time, like win some time by using this page, because if I do some modification in the application, of course I'm testing that specific feature that I'm working on now, but then that implementation, that new thing I'm working on now might have connections with something else, and it might have broken something else. So looking at this page from time to time, if red appears, it signals to me that something might be wrong somewhere. So more testing is needed, and it can help speed up the process. So I'm really happy with this, and I'm not gonna go very much in depth into how it was implemented, but I saw that there was a lot of work into it. And there are a few comments that I will address just for Yusuf. So yeah, this is not going to work. So some idea for solving the anti-aliasing problem when selecting shapes. The problem is if you're going to use a threshold for that, it's possible that when two shapes overlap, for example, it's going to create a color in that overlapping region, in that space between the border of the shape that is on top. And that color might match the one from some other shape somewhere else on the screen. So if you use, or be very close to that one. And in that case, clicking there in between the shapes is not going to select any of these because it's going to be a kind of blended color of the two shapes, but it will point to something further away. I will have some solution for this later on, but it's good that you tried this and you were asking if it's a good solution, and I think it's not because of this reason. But it's a try, and probably you test it and then you see eventually that it doesn't work sometimes. And yeah, I don't really have to test it. I know it's going to do that. But it's not likely for it to do that, especially if you have just few shapes. And it will be a little bit better than the current implementation that we have now. But the other thing that later I want to do is that currently it goes through all the shapes one by one and checks to see if the color matches to the one on the heat testing canvas. But eventually I want to speed this up and use a kind of a hash map or something. So I want to directly point to the shape that was indexed by that color, so that I don't do a linear time loop through all of the items. I just directly go to it. So that's also going to make this approach not possible. And I think that at some point is going to be important to be able to do those kind of operations quickly. Okay. Hello. Why do you get scared when you see me code? Is it like too big projects or complex things? I have many videos that are not that difficult. Okay, so I got now Yusuf's contribution out of the way, and Michael's contribution, I actually haven't accepted this pull request, and I'm not going to. So he gave an example of this data binding, how to do that for I think it was this observer pattern. Yeah. And I have implemented something similar to this, but his recommendation here really required some modifications in the way that the HTML is structured. And I think it's a little too over-engineered for my taste. I think it's a very good implementation, and I could have adopted it everywhere. It's probably more robust than what I did, so really good. If somebody wants to learn about this, you can check out this this code from there. But I didn't see yet, at least, the need for having so many extra things happening here. I did implement this functionality, and I will show it soon, but I made it in a little bit simpler way. So I'm not going to accept that one. It wasn't supposed to be merged. Michael commented on Discord, and he told me that. And this UI update was a suggestion from previously, but I didn't accept it because someone else provided some UI changes, and I took that one instead. This one also used some external code, and the whole point here is to make something that is completely made by us so that we can explain everything that happens inside it. It's, of course, I want to have a very nice application at the end of this, but I also want it to be made, the streams are made for educational purposes so that you can learn how to structure these bigger code bases and how to deal with problems when they occur and so on. Now, there are also two issues pointed out here. And the first one, resizing is buggy when rotating. This was already fixed now. So I'm going to close it like that. And the second one, it's testing on the map on the Mac, and there is some blurriness happening there. Also a proposed solution here. I'm not going to try this now because I don't have a Mac nearby to test. Honestly, I'm shocked I see this running on a Mac like this. Sure, nowadays browsers are much more compatible with each other, and web things are easier to get right in the first shot. But seeing it work there, I don't even care about the blurriness. So yeah, it seems like an easy fix, but I will get to that when I have some Mac around and I can test. So nothing very critical there. Okay, so this was with the contributions. And now about the refactoring. So now it starts. I'm going to start to explain the whole code, give a summary of the whole application, and point out the things that I have done differently from the previous version that we had. So if you want to really understand about refactoring and why it's important and see the new structure and compare to what we had from the previous time, this is the important part. And I'm also going to mention the bug fixes when I see them in the code. So the application starts in index.html, right? And it's pretty much empty. It has just few containers there, a few divs for the contributors, which I list up here. So they are listed now up here and they are moving. They are everybody who has improved this application somehow. And not necessarily on GitHub, but maybe in the chat here or maybe on Discord or somewhere else. So that's this space. And then the canvas holder, it's some div that holds this part here where we are doing the drawings. And then tools holder, properties holder. So this is for the tools and this is for the properties. So two different containers there. And then loading all the JavaScript files. So this is it, the index.html. And then the main, we have here this debugging flag for showing hit regions. This is what I was talking about before. So if you have that thing set to true and you draw something like a rectangle, you're going to see these shapes appearing also on the right on the hit test canvas. So that's the one that is used for the detecting which shapes we are pressing on based on the on their unique caller ID. It's not actually unique, but it's very unlikely for it to duplicate. And eventually we will find a solution for this that is even better. I just don't want to fix something that hasn't really proven broken yet. So it's just minor issues at these overlapping regions. So if I'm going to click somewhere here where the shapes overlap, if I'm really unlucky, yeah, I'm not really unlucky now, but if I'm really unlucky, it's going to start the selection rectangle. Yeah, it's going to start the selection rectangle because I clicked somewhere here where the colors smudged into each other. So this is unwanted behavior and not really critical at this stage, and I'm not going to bother with that. But yeah, this flag here is going to show you these regions where the clicking is being detected on. So it's good for debugging. You can also see that on the right here, there are the handles from the gizmo. And this the color of those is also the thing that has been used to detect if I'm clicking on these rectangles. Of course, detecting if you click on a rectangle is something that is not very difficult to do, but maybe someday we want to change the shape of these, and then it's useful to use the same functionality for that as well. Also, if you rotate this like so, you don't have a rectangle anymore. You have now a rhombus or something. Non-axis aligned rectangles are also more difficult to handle. So again, even now it helps to have this implementation working. I'm going to undo this because we are not debugging. And another thing is for this rectangular selection mode, either intersection or containment. So this changes how the shapes are selected with this rectangular thing. If you just touch the shapes, it's going to select them. But the other mode, this containment, it's going to not select anything like this. It needs to actually surround the shapes. And I prefer to use the intersection mode at the moment. Now the stage properties, if you put here 600, for example, it's going to make a square stage size, and it's just a hard-coded value now for this. You can't change it anywhere in the UI. Now, three important objects are what make this whole application work. Is the viewport, defined on top of that canvas holder, that div from previously, the properties panel defined on the properties holder, and the tools panel on the tools holder. So these are the important objects building this application, and few others that are kind of global, accessible elsewhere, everywhere as static classes. But we'll see those one by one. Let's start with the properties and the tools. So in the panels, properties panel and tools panel, these are the main functions controlling those. And you have here defining the properties panel with this handy function, create DOM element. This was something I think, I don't remember who, maybe Pesterenan did it in one update. It's a function here in MISC, and I remember that I think it's his because it has the, yeah. It has the documentation at the top. So they are helpful functions that create some things for you. And then there is also this combination, create input with label. So this is a very nice function that gives you this input here and this label here. And you just call it once and it's going to generate the whole thing and make it look nice and so on. Speaking about looks, the styles here were made by Michael, I think, in some previous update. Okay, now this is just defining the structure there. The properties panel might not need to exist. We might be able to remove it at some point. So having it not hard-coded in HTML is something that we would like. And then there are just static methods here. I'm just grouping them as part of this properties panel class for changing the value of X, changing the value of Y, the width, the height, and all those properties like the fill color, the fill style, if there is a fill or not, and the buttons for resetting, swapping, and then resetting all the values to nothing is a helper function. Getting the values as an object is a function, and updating the display, this is something that would still need refactoring. I haven't bothered with that just yet because it works, but it's quite long and I don't like it. So this is something that will be refactored at some point. But if you remember, we have the possibility to select multiple items. And if you have one item selected, you see its properties. If you have multiple, you see their properties, but only if they match. Like if they have the same width here, then this width is going to show there and it's going to appear there. And I think I would like to wait for implementing maybe groups or something, and only then refactor these properties, because it might require some changes for function to adapt to functionality that we don't have yet. And then the structure for refactoring that could be left for later. Of course, you could clean it up now, it's nothing wrong with that, but you're gonna do it again after a while. And then I want to save some time. Okay, wow. Thanks, I'm glad you learned something. Thank you, Jay. And okay, you are behind. Yeah, I mean, these live streams are huge. They are very long, and I don't know if I expect you to watch all of them, but I want to show as much as possible of this whole development process as I can. And I would have liked to show also what I did yesterday, but it would have taken so long, and it would have really been one of those streams where nothing happens because the code just gets rewritten in a little bit better way. It's really valuable, but I need my thinking space, my time to think and not talk at the same time. And talking slows me down a lot. And it was really back and forth because I couldn't think about the structure very well. So not really a structured thing. And now I'm going to show just in a structured, shorter time, hopefully, what modifications have been made. Yeah. Holder div. You don't need that. I mean, you should use that. You should use some kind of query selector. But if you have IDs for items like this, they automatically become global variables in JavaScript. The problem with that is that they might be overwritten by something eventually, and that's a bad thing. So I don't really recommend this practice. Like contributors now, if I'm going to open this console, it is overwritten by something. So this div with ID contributors, it's not a div anymore because contributors was overwritten, let's say here, you can see. And that's the danger. But contributors container, it's not overwritten anywhere. And if you just type this in the document, it's going to point you to that div. So you don't need query selector or getting the element in some way. It's going to give you the same thing even if you type the ID directly. It is kind of like magic, but I don't really recommend doing that. So eventually we might fix this in the future. I just didn't think it's an important issue at the moment. But very good question. I'm getting it quite often, and I think people should know about it. Yeah, it doesn't feel right for beginners. I don't consider this a beginner's project. I think this is already something serious. It's quite big. It has much functionality. I haven't checked, but I think it's more code than the self-driving car course, and that's probably my biggest code base in these video tutorials. Layers, yeah, I will do it today. I actually implemented layers. They are not here really, but I implemented the layered class and I used them because I wanted to clean up the functionality in viewport. I will show you in a second. So they are going to be easy to implement with what I did. Now, anyway, so where were we? The properties panel, update display. This is something that I would really like to clean up now. I just don't have the patience for it. But if somebody has, I have made now this these tasks for you, because in the past there have been many people working on things that I didn't anticipate, and then somehow my plan for what happens in the future was getting a little bit messed up because of that. And I added here, refactoring the properties panel, this update display method, as one thing that if somebody wants to do it, I gladly accept. So I'm not going to work on it, so it's not going to be a danger that it's going to conflict. And if you want to show off your software engineering skills, feel free to do. And I have added several other things. I will get to these later on. But now let's go to the tools panel and see what that is. So it's just really creating very simple items here. It's a little bit more refactored than the other one, separating in document tools, editing tools, history tools, and canvas tools. So these document tools, editing tools, history tools for the undo, redo, and these are the canvas tools. And I don't know why this is not private, because I don't think this is used anywhere else. I think it's just a mistake. So making this one private as well makes sense. And it's using the create DOM element from previously to make these, and it's using emojis there instead of images because I didn't have time to make images. Now, my plan for this application, when it becomes good, is to use this application to make icons for this application. It's going to be like this inception thing. So eventually I want to use images here, and whether I actually use them as editable as PNGs or whatever, or maybe I keep them in raw vector form. I'm gonna think about it later. But eventually I want to use images here, and I would like if somebody wants already now to make this look nicer, especially this part from here, because these radio buttons, I haven't styled them in any way, but they are here listed as these tool buttons. If you want to give a shot and redesign this checkbox into something nicer, maybe showing an image and emphasizing which one is selected in some way, it's also a task that I'm not going to care about for a while. And I also added it here as a separate task there. And a few others, but we'll get to that later. Okay, so tools panel, adding the document tools, and then the function calls here come from each individual file. So document tools has its own file, editing tools has its own file, history tools its own file, and canvas tools. This is a little bit smarter implementation here because they can be quite many. It's not adding one by one the items here, but instead it's looping through all of the canvas tools. So let's quickly see what is happening here. I didn't bother to do the same thing for these others because there can't be so many document tools. Like saving and loading is basically the same thing. The only things that you can do, and copy pasting, in this case duplicate, because it's weird to have one button for copy and another for paste when you really want to duplicate. So these didn't really need that, but the tools, like some applications, if you think about PowerPoint, for example, if you go to this shapes, like look how many there are. And obviously I wanted to somehow think about this problem of adding a new tool should be done in one place only. A drawing tool should be done in one place only, and not remember to add to the screen and to everything like that. So let's take one by one and see these tools where the files are. It's going to be quite quickly. It's now in tools and these ones. So document tools, this is for saving, loading, and loading the image and exporting as an image. A little bit refactoring here, but not much. This code is pretty much the same as before. I think here I just export the main layers canvas as a whole now, because now I have those layers. We'll get to that in a second. And editing tools, so duplicate, calls copy and paste, delete, gets the selected shapes, deletes them, resets the properties panel. Paste and copy, they are adding it to the clipboard. The clipboard used to be a global object somewhere in the main, and now it's just here part of the editing tools, so it's responsibility. History tools, undo stack, redo stack, they are here, and adding, it's the same logic as before. There is nothing really different. This could be made better by having what we talked about at some point, like not really storing the state of the canvas on each modification in memory, because eventually the memory is going to be bloated by that. Instead of that, you can just store the modification from start point to the end point. And it's going to be possible to implement quite nicely because of the event dispatching mechanism that I did use now when I refactored. So this is what Michael was doing there. And I'm dispatching here a custom event history, and I'm saying the shapes that I am storing there. But when making each individual modification, like adding shapes or removing shapes, I also dispatch custom events. So I could use that custom event information to add a more polished entry in the history. But that's a very tedious thing to do, and I would like to have a little bit more functionality. I really need a way to calculate the one-way change and the backwards change, like what it was, where the shape, like think about it, you move one shape from here to there, the history element, the new item in the stack, needs to remember where it was and where it's going. And that's the only thing. And then it needs to revert to the previous somehow. And yeah, it's still the same logic as before. It's just a little bit cleaned up, relying more on the viewport, giving it shapes, and setting it with 0 shapes if it's if there's nothing in the stack. So a little bit cleaned up, but not very much. It's basically the same thing as before, and using this event dispatching here and observing what happens somewhere else in the viewport to make the viewport refresh itself. Okay, and recording, it's adding new things into the stack. Right, and this was everything. Select tool is something that should still be refactored. I haven't checked it very much. This is also on that list of refactor select tool JS. It's also one thing. I might do it today, but I'm not sure if I have time because it also links a little bit to the layers implementation. The select tool is this thing that when you have items here on the stage, you click on them and you move them. And also this rectangle selection tool. So the problem with it is that it's very long. It's doing some kind of crazy things here, like this hit test verification and gizmo, checking do you click on gizmo, if so you return, but if you don't read this carefully and you don't see that return, you just think it goes like that. So this is horrible code. It's very long, it's very spaghetti. It can be made much nicer. And also the selecting the shapes under the rectangle, it's kind of glitchy. And it has here this horrible fix I did for adding the size of the top part. I think, I don't even remember. I want to use an overlay layer on top of everything that is going to display this region also on a canvas. So the reason I want to do that is because I already now, I will show you later, I already have an overlay layer for displaying this gizmo. If you remember in the previous version, let's bring back this hit regions canvas there. You can see it there and also the gizmo there. And the previous version of the code, let's see, can I modify this one somewhere? So the previous version of the code before the refactoring, if I'm going to draw something like this and have a gizmo there, moving it does this crazy thing. Two issues were there. I mean, of course, it still worked, the implementation like this, but there were two issues. First was redrawing the gizmo every time regenerating a new gizmo every time the shape moves, because the gizmos were regenerated on draw. So I didn't like that. And also, I didn't like that when the gizmo changes and it modifies something, it's going to trigger redrawing everything again and again and again. So the way this works now, really, is if I'm going to open now the developer tools and let's actually make this hit test canvas. I remove it for now. There are 3 canvases, and this is the kind of layer implementation. This one in the background, it's actually for the stage. So it's the thing that draws the stage, that white region, and only that. The thing in the middle is holding all the shapes that we are drawing here. So if I'm going to take the canvas in the middle and make its background to green, you can see the stage disappeared, but the shapes are still visible. The stage disappeared because this green is going over things. But also, oh, okay. But also, if I select the shape like this, and now I go to the 3rd canvas and give it the background of blue, you can see the only thing that is shown on this top canvas is this overlay. And the reason I want this overlay, there are several of them. I will want to add that rectangle selection, so this, to be part of the overlay itself. Now it's a div element or something that gets added to the page, but that's a little bit problematic because I have a system for synchronizing all these layers there, but this one is not synchronized well because of whatever you do, changes in the layout might offset it by something, and then you get poor usability. And some browsers might even consider it in different ways, and that's a big problem. So I already have this overlay for this, and I'm going to draw also this. And I also think that eventually I want to draw the mouse on the overlay. So hide the mouse in its current form and draw my own version of the mouse. And the reason for that is, let's see if PowerPoint is good enough to, well, you see how in PowerPoint the cursor changes sometimes, like here it shows that it's going to write text. Here it shows that if I click and drag, it's going to move things. Here it shows that it's going to rotate. Here it shows that it's going to scale. And see, I'm going close to this shape here, and I can click on it to select it. I know that when I click on this, it's going to select it because it's showing me what will happen before the click. And at the moment, our application is lacking this. And I would like to have this functionality as well. And I could change the cursor to different images, but I think that I want to use this overlay canvas at the top for all of these features. So everything combined. And that's why I want to also move this rectangle selection to that canvas as well. Everything that has to do with selection and showing information about what will happen goes there in this kind of informative canvas place. Because now you don't get the same effect. Like now I'm here, I don't know, am I really clicking that handle or am I at the edge of the handle? Sometimes it's gonna do that, or sometimes it might deselect the object because you just don't get the information what will happen before you click on the thing. So yeah, I will get into that layers implementation. It's not really layers yet, but it's dividing a little bit the responsibilities for the viewport in some way. Okay. So select tool, it needs also improvement. And again, if it's something that you don't have anything better to do, you can try working on that. I'm not going to touch it very soon. Or if I do something today, I'm still not going to clean everything up. So I might modify something with this rectangle selection. So I really don't like this part. So that's the only thing. Because this offset here for adjusting for things might make me think that something else is broken. Like if this thing is broken there and I assume it works, I can see very clearly here that a rectangle is being formed. But if that offset changes, like if I make this thicker or something, and then I do something like this and I don't select the object, I might think something else is broken and I debug some other parts of the code, and that's a problem. So, okay, select tool. And the canvas tools, this was the smarter part. I said that we loop through all of them and we add each of them. So the tool for the path, the rectangle, the oval, the text, the select, and the image. And you can see I actually refactored all of these. They are now not static classes anymore, except for this select tool that might be also changed at some point. The reason for that is that I made them inherit from some shape tool. All of these are drawing some kind of shapes there. So I remove duplicated code by writing something in the superclass, and then each of these objects are going to reuse some of that functionality. And this is just doing the same thing as all the other things there, but it's only one function for it and it has a parameter. So cleaned up quite many things. And now the shape tools. So path tool, rect tool, and so on are here in tools and shapes. And you can see everything here inherits from this shape tool. And it adds some kind of event listeners for pointer down and removes the event listeners for pointer down. So all of these tools here have a pointer down event listener when I start drawing the shape like this, or when I start drawing the shape like this. All of them have some pointer down listener, and that's why this is happening in the superclass. Then if you go to the path tool, this is now extending that shape tool, and it overrides this what to do on pointer down. So it gets the start position, it generates a path, and then on every move, it adds a new point into that path, and then on up, it adds the shape to the viewport. Yeah, it adds the shape to the viewport. And removes the event listeners, so there is no glitch happening there. Here it removes on up. So adding them at the same time as the pointer down was pressed, adding those two event listeners with these callbacks, and then removing them here. So this is what happens for the path tool. All of these are different. The text tool is much simpler. It just generates a new text item at the click location. It can be made much more complex, much more interesting, but I don't work with the text at the moment. I have other things to do. Eventually, when we want to make a good text tool, I don't know if I added it here. If you want to try to make a text tool, fine. Eventually I'll get to it, but it's not my priority. So yeah, the others, oval and rectangle, are kind of special. They are extending corner generated shape tool. This is something I couldn't figure out a better name, but look, when I'm drawing these shapes, like the rectangle or the oval, I click somewhere and I have one corner of that shape. The oval doesn't really have corners, but I think you know what I mean. It's this point right here. So it's one corner. And then the responsibility for the move is to figure out the second corner and draw a shape in between. And it's the same thing for the rectangle and for the oval. So I was able to take out some of that common behavior here in corner generated shape tool, which extends shape tool. And it uses some helper function here to get the bounding box, the center, and the size every time this is modified. And on move, knowing the first corner, we detect the second corner, which is just the mouse position. And then it actually returns here the center and the size of the object. So knowing those two corners, we get the center point and the size, the width and the height. If you remember, there was that crazy thing with the corner 1 and corner 2 that was messing a lot of stuff up previously. The code would become really, really complicated. I'll show you in a second. But now this is fine. And if we go to oval tool, for example, after the move callback, we have the center and the size, so we can create an oval there. And I do something here that is optional, really. I preserve the ID of the previous oval. And what that means is if I'm drawing here an oval like this, you can see on the right, it's green now. This is brown and whatever. If I wouldn't do this, every time a new oval is created, it gets assigned a random ID because in that because in the shape class, we'll get to that later, it happens by default. And what I do here is essentially I preserve the previous ID. I could have also just used the previous oval and set its center and size to something different, and I might refactor it like that to these new values. And I might refactor it like that in the future. It's better, but this is so small that I'm fine with it. And exactly the same functionality is happening for the rect, but it's using the rectangle there. Now, text tool we already covered. The image tool, it's nothing. The image is loaded by the load button. You find it on the computer somewhere and then it's generating there. It doesn't need listeners. There are listeners for moving it around, but those are in the select tool here, which is actually select tool and also move tool, dragging tool, and rectangle selection tool. So again, this is that thing that I don't like very much at the moment, and I would like to refactor it. I'm not gonna do it. I don't have time for it. So up to you if you want to give it a try. Okay, so all the tools here are explained now. And now about the shapes. So I'm going to show you now how the oval tool looks like currently. And let's compare with how the oval tool, wait, not the tool, the shape, the oval shape looks currently, and how the oval shape looked previously. I think that this makes sense as a comparison. So a little bit restructuring here. You can see the new oval is generated with the center and a size. This is something that makes sense. Previously, it was generated with corner 1, because when you first click on the stage, you have just one corner, but you already have an oval. It's just infinitely small. So corner 2 was made by default to be corner 1. Horrible. Then load, pretty much same as before. Serialize, same as before. Set corner 2 was a function that we needed before because of that weird implementation. Now we don't need it anymore because the corner part is happening in in the corner generated shape tool. So this part of the code, this oval, is much simpler now. Then get points. Here it was doing two things. It was checking, is this a valid shape that has been really created, or are we still creating it? It was looking for those corners if the size is not there, and doing two different things. Then this looks pretty much the same, but in the draw, again, do we have a size? Well, then we created based on the size. Otherwise, we created using the corners again, first getting the top left corner, bottom right, or whatever. But now the draw, it only has the size and the center. The shape doesn't know there has been a corner 1 or corner 2, because that's handled in the creation of the shape, in the tool that creates the shape. And this is the kind of improvement in the code. So 73 lines instead of 102, but I've also added more spacing and more things that make it easier to read. So actually the improvement is even higher. And you find the same benefits in all the tools. In all the shapes. All of the shapes are now simplified because we don't have to worry with those corner things. And sorry, I mean the oval and the rect shapes. They are now generated based on their center and the size, which just makes a lot of sense. Now everything extends shape here, and this is the ID that is generated, and then that ID is converted into that color that is used for the hit testing there. And the functions for the shape are a few more. I have now select and unselect. Before we were doing a lot of modifying this attribute directly, the selected attribute of the shape directly. But the problem with that is I want to be able to dispatch also an event when I do this. So therefore the method, and this dispatching of the event, we will see in the viewport how I listen to them. It's going to have the information that I have selected this shape. So again, if you think in the future about undo, redo, this is going to be useful because it tells me that this shape was not selected and that this shape is now selected, and I can use this kind of event handling to implement a better undo redo system, a more memory friendly one. At the moment, this is still important because it's going to trigger the viewport to redraw the gizmos or whatever. I guess everything. I didn't optimize that part. And unselect is doing the same thing. Setting center is also something that maybe we didn't have before. I don't know. Set width and set height. These are... I added an underscore here, and I don't know what is the practice in JavaScript. I don't know. But basically, I want these to be private methods. I don't want you to be able to set width and set height from outside of this class. I want you to just press set size, to just use set size, which has the width and the height. And if I make this private, like with the hashtag, then it means these are going to be not overwritten by subclasses. So I marked them with the underscore. If you know other programming languages, what I want to make these is protected methods that are still internally available, but they pass to the subclass. And JavaScript doesn't have protected methods, so I'm marking them like that for me to help me understand what is going on. But they are being overwritten. Like if you open path.js, set width is doing something crazy here. Maybe it can be cleaned up a little bit. I actually haven't checked it much. But I think it can be cleaned up a bit because it looks like set height. So almost duplicated code tends to mean uh, you could reuse some of this in some way. Anyway, I don't get into that. It's fine. It fits on the screen and I can tell what it does. It's no problem. So path overwrites it in this way, but rect, for example, overwrites it in this very simple way. It just sets the size of the rectangle to the new width. It doesn't need to do anything more special than that. So some shapes need to do something complicated like this because reasons, like all of the points creating this path here are actually moving to new locations when doing this. And those locations are being calculated. And also when you do this inverse movement, they flip on the other side, the object flips. And also when you select it next time, you want to preserve this flip. So there are three different things that the code is doing. And for a rectangle, it might want to do that as well. If you think about the rectangle as the corners, eventually we might convert the rectangle into an arbitrary path, like a closed path like that. And then you can change the individual points, like in PowerPoint here. If you draw a rectangle like this, you really have just the width and the height. So these are its properties. If you go to format shape, you see these things here, and it's really the only things you can modify. But if you right click and press edit points, it did something. It converted the object to something else. It's now something that you can modify it. It's one of these Bezier paths, and quite powerful feature to have. But it's important to notice that when I look at this application, I see that objects, special objects like this rounded rectangle, have a corner radius that I can set. And as soon as I modify something, that corner radius thing disappears. This is not anymore a rounded rectangle. It's a shape. So this is something that is on my mind all the time. We might want to convert from rectangle or oval to these and then work with editing individual points, but we don't have the tool to edit individual points yet. So that also comes someday in the future. And maybe those nice Bezier handles, they are on the to-do list for much later. So they are there. Somebody has proposed it some time ago. Yeah, so these are the shapes, and they are really very similar to each other, just that they have their particular things, like the image is being serialized in this base 64, so it becomes part of the JSON objects that we save. The way it's drawn is going to be different. It's drawing the image. But other than that, and the image also needs to remember the flip. So here a little bit more complex set width than the one in path, but less complex than the one for oval, for example. And the shape factory is responsible for loading different shapes, registering different shapes. This is something that I think Michael did last time, and we covered it then. I haven't changed anything. Okay, shapes have been covered. Drawings is just my drawings. They are the things that I created in the past. It's with the app, so it's not, I don't go into that. We went through panels, we went through shapes. Test, I said I don't go into because Yusuf implemented it. Shapes, we went through all of them. Tools, transform box, gizmo, and handle. So the handle is those things here, these small rectangles, and it's clean, it's fine. There are different types of this, top, right, bottom, left. Before, I think the code was a little bit different. I think it wasn't one object here or something. I decided to do this, and I also decided to keep here string instead of an integer like I had before. I believe the integer variant, like if these would just be 1, 2, 3, and so on, everything still works. But the problem is when debugging, like if I now have the gizmo on here and I say viewport gizmos, I take the first gizmo and then I have here the handles, and then I click the fourth handle, I already know it's top. But if those would be numbers, type would say 3 or something. So then I wouldn't know what it is. And if I would want at some point to debug this handle specifically, this little bit decrease in efficiency helps me debug quicker. So that's the reason I'm using strings there. Then constructor, very basic stuff. So also generating a unique ID is going to be used to draw the special RGB based on the ID on this other canvas, on the hit test canvas there. But it's just drawing a rectangle basically. So very simple object. The gizmo itself, it has been improved, but it is not yet perfect. So I also have it listed here, refactor gizmo.js. I will show you the improvements for it. I will explain the improvements. Many of them, there are many improvements. But why I say it's not great is, look at this, add event listeners, and I'm scrolling and I'm scrolling and something happens, and here it's explaining something, and I'm scrolling and something more happens, and I'm still scrolling, and only now it ended. So it's a very hard to read function. You don't find any of these long functions in parts of the code where I say it's good. So this is a very difficult function to read. But let's have a quick look at what happens here. So the gizmo has also a shape that it's registered on, it's defined on. It has a center, a rotation, and I have extracted here some functionality in this generate private method. So this gets the bounding box from all the points, and defines the handles. So defines this handles property there. It also constructs a rotation point. So this is going to be a point at the top here, this one. It's used for rotating the shape. So it's at the top right, it's in the middle of the top and right, and it's offset vertically by twice the handle size. Now, the handles are generated in the top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. These values coming from the bounding box. So the bounding box object that we implemented some time ago in early refactoring is really helpful here. And we also generate handles in the middle of top left, top right, and so on. And each of these have the type specified. So this is clean, this is fine. And updating, it moves the handles. It doesn't regenerate the handles. So in the past, we were regenerating the handles, and actually the code was duplicated. It was horrible. And now it's just recentering them to the new locations. So every time we update the gizmo, we move it somewhere else or rotate it somewhere else, this happens. Now the event listeners, it's important to mention that you can select multiple shapes at the same time and do the operations at the same time on them. So this is important. I want this functionality because I want it to mimic what PowerPoint is doing. So I like this behavior. I want to have also the other behavior that animate is doing, but this one where changing one changes also the other is something that I wanted to have. So it is working as I expect it to be here. And if I open animate in the future, I also want to be able to group these. So let's see. So two shapes like this. Of course, there is this transform box also here. If you select both of them, there is only one transform box here. So this implementation is different. It allows you to do different things with these objects. I also want this, but I want to keep both. So if I don't group them, I want to have what I currently have. And if I group them, I want to have this implementation. Animate also supports grouping. So now I do have one group here, but it's the same implementation. So I like both of those and I want to combine them in some way. That's going to be an improvement from these applications that I'm currently studying. Right. Now, okay, back to the code. So I need the old sizes of the items because relative to that and what I do with my mouse, I want to make the modifications. So notice how when I'm going here to 0, both of them are at 0. And now both of them flip in the other side. So I need to know what were the sizes of these things before and after the modification. Otherwise, when this becomes 0, this shape wouldn't be able to recover anymore. I mean, everything is on the same line. How can you stretch things that are on a straight same line? So that's the problem here. We need the sizes of the old bounding boxes. And then on move callback, we first calculate the difference between the mouse position and the start mouse position, and then a ratio from the previous size to the mouse delta. So the mouse delta is how much we changed from mouse position to start position. But this delta also depends on the viewport's scale. This is very important because if I'm going to zoom out like this, then I'm moving now the mouse very little. But in the original space, the shape became very much. And if I'm going to zoom in a lot, I'm going to move the mouse very much. But this only changed a small size of the whole screen. So it only moved here. So that's why I need to adjust the scale as well. And these things are new math that wasn't before. So this is an extra thing that I had to add because in the previous implementation, this one here, there was the bug, the issue that I closed now. So look at this. I'm resizing, everything is fine. But if I rotate a little bit and I start resizing, notice how my mouse is not anymore on top of that rectangle. And the extreme thing is if I go like this and now I move left and right, nothing happens. So here everything switched to up and down, the control for that point. And it's really counterintuitive. I've actually seen applications that work like this, not so famous applications, so maybe they couldn't figure it out. But the trick is to convert to polar coordinates, change the direction of the vector, and then convert back to Cartesian coordinates. And I have this demo, this video on YouTube. So I explain here very well about this coordinate conversion. But basically, I switch first from XY to getting the direction and the magnitude of the vector. And then to that direction, I compensate for the rotation of the gizmo. And after I do that, I get back the XY at the compensated position. So the math here really only has these two things extra, and the two polar 2xy and 2 polar 2xy and this direction was missing, I think so. So these three functions I've added to the vector class. Yeah, but it solved my problem. And other than that, I think the code is pretty much the same as before. It's still kind of messy. Okay, I'm gonna take a break in a second and check the chat. But I still want to show one thing, but otherwise, this code is pretty much the same as before. No point for me to get into it. I did not clean up some of the things, but rewrote in a more clear way. Like this part here is drawing the this small center circle here in the middle, and I have now full control over it. So how many dashes I want, or like if I'm gonna put 3 here, I just get 3 dashes over that circle. Before I just had something with no control over it, and I think there wasn't a stroke around it. So now if the shape is black, you can still see it because each of those things has a exterior part that is white, so it still is visible. Otherwise it would have been invisible now, black on black. So anyway, small things like this might be modified there, but nothing else really important. And yeah, I think I take the break now. Notice here also I added event listeners for position changed, size changed, and rotation changed. So when the position is changed, the gizmo will also update. This is important. Yeah, let me explain this. So updating the size, the position, and the rotation. So the position of the shape is going to change when the shape moves somewhere. So in the set center, it's sending this message that position has changed. And here in Gizmo, I'm listening to the position changed event. And in that case, I'm going to update the position of the gizmo. So this is important because if I go here and I modify the position from here, I want the gizmo to not stay at the same place. So modifying the property of the shape from here is going to trigger that set center. It's going to trigger that event. And then the gizmo listens for that update. And then the gizmo moves to the new location as well. So this is the binding thing that Michael did in his own way, and I tried to replicate. And it's the same for everything. So all the properties here, the width and the height, you can see that the gizmo is reflecting these changes here. And it actually works in the opposite way as well. Changing the gizmo here is going to dispatch some events, and then the viewport is going to update like that, and then the properties box is listening to those values as well. So let's see. So when the gizmo moves, updates the gizmo's position, it also dispatches that the gizmo changed. Same for the size, and same for the rotation. We will see where these are listened to for the viewport and for the properties handle in a second. But okay, now let's see. What other languages am I professional in? I don't know. I think that if you ask me what professional means, I might say different things than other people. Depending on who you asked, they might say I'm not a professional in JavaScript. Some people might say I am a professional in JavaScript. I haven't studied JavaScript to be really good at the latest trends and the way of writing it. So probably the programming languages I've used most is, I think I've used Java most, like in my life, because I've used it most of the time during my research years. So I did research for 10 years and then I coded with Java. Some Python I've used as well, but I think I'm better in JavaScript than I am in Python. I don't care much about this. And I mean, if you think about the videos that I make on YouTube, I don't make them to teach JavaScript or to teach some specific programming language. And many people actually follow along using some other programming language, not JavaScript, because the things that I like to do are not really using libraries. They are using this canvas, and the canvas has very many helpful methods, but most programming languages have a variant of that. And you can't really call line2 or these kind of functions very different. So if you know some other programming language, you're probably going to be able to use it to follow along many of the things. And I don't like to teach the languages per se. I just like to use them to build different things and show the problem solving and the logic that goes into these things. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm a professional in, really. I think nowadays I've been using JavaScript the most from everything, and I would say that now that is the thing, because Java has also changed in the last 4 years since I've stopped using it. Yeah, the tasks for you, I will put them somewhere in the code base or somewhere on Discord. Yeah, I will do that. And I can also paste them on the chat now, just to have them here. And let's see. Some of them I haven't. No. Great. I can't format anything after I do that. Let me format it in here. let's add tasks txt. Okay. And let me put here also things I have in mind for later. I'm not going to bother formatting these. Yeah. Okay, so these are like that, and let's put this one like so. I can't type such a long comment. Great. At least the first part. And of course, the formatting goes away. Yeah. Thank you. uh, Lambda function in the on-click. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I think it might be these. Yeah, I assume that that part can be optimized as well. So I'm referring to Christoph's comment there. I'm not sure. It's been already almost an hour since that comment, so who knows what I was talking about then. Okay. I don't sing the intro now. My voice is not that great. Hello, Rahul. A bit late, but I'm just showing what the refactoring I did has been doing. And oh, okay, some PR. I will check after this is after I'm done showing the updates. I don't think it's much longer anymore. It's just the viewport and the layers. This something. Okay. NVim, isn't that some editor? No, maybe a long time ago, but I don't remember. Translate to ES6. You mean like if you have some code that is not written in that form, is there some automatic converter or I'm not sure. But okay. Back to something. Yeah, this rotation is also something that I have worked on a little bit. There was a problem with this rotation, something I didn't like, and that was that it was implemented. I don't remember exactly by who, but I did accept the pull request, I think, in one of those all 8 requests on that day. The thing I didn't like about it was that it was written in degrees, and if you check the old code, like this one from the old version of the application, if you look for things to do with maybe math pi, you will see that in many places in the code, it has to do with the rotation. In every place there is some converting it to radians, and there was a lot of this in the old code, like math.py, converting to radians everywhere, because it was a mistake to have the value here be in radians in the previous implementation. So to have it in degrees in the previous implementation. Most of the functionality in JavaScript is with radians, but humans like degrees. So I do have them as degrees here in the new implementation. They are like it's going to be 90 degrees there, but that's just the formatting. It's just the formatting that I've added here, maybe at the end of this file, that I want to display the rotation like that. So that was one big change that I did in the rotation implementation. And now if you look for math.py, it's, I don't know, in the new version, I haven't looked, but it's in some other things, like in the oval, drawing the circle the whole way, and the radians are coming from the degrees that are visible in this field when you set it to something else. So if you type here 180, you get the radians, but that's by dividing by 180 here. So it's not the previous thing. And then these are just drawing that circle in the middle of the gizmo. So really, it disappeared. And math disappearing is good. It means that it's less difficult things to look at. Yeah, okay. You mean using modules? Yeah, you mean using modules instead of this? Yeah, the reason I don't do that is because I don't have to yet. But at some point I will switch to using them. I have a feeling that I will have to switch to use them if I load images from my computer and start editing them. Like at some point there will be raster functions as well. So things that maybe help me remove the background or things in images. Because again, the reason for this app is to make something that I can make YouTube thumbnails from with. And doing some raster manipulation is also important. And I think there will be issues because of this course, working with files internally and modifying the values. And I'm gonna have to use a local server then to do that, to handle those operations. So if I would switch to using the ES6 modules, it also requires some kind of local server for them to work. But at the moment, the whole code, the whole application works without the need of a local server. If somebody else is wanting to work in some other environment that doesn't have an extension like this, some other editor, they can just open the code in whatever they like. And I just made it as a kind of a own practice to only introduce things when they are really needed, but I know what you mean, and it's nice to also be able to export the things that you only want to export, not everything, and the order there can be tedious, and I get you. Yeah. Yeah, staying on your toes. Yes, you need to. do that, Yusuf. So we still do here, like if I'm going to set the value of 20 for the width, and now I modify it going down, it stops at 1 because a value of 0 was doing something bad to this object. I don't remember exactly, but if I go now to the properties panel and set the width to go to 0, for example, or negative values, or just remove this entirely, so I don't do this capping there. And let's go now down to negative values. They are not negative values, and we get an error because we try to give it a value of 0 in path.js. But we actually have here, you might be right. We actually have this epsilon fix for it, it seems. Let's see what happens if I remove it. Yeah, it, wait, no, I don't know. I'm not going to look into this now, but it seems like it's not flipping the object on the other side. The sign has also been used there, but this is, yeah, the code here is a little messy. So I did mention I don't like this part so much, but now I don't like it even more because setting the width of the path takes into consideration the gizmo, but the gizmo was not used now to set the width of the path. So yeah, I think you did that, and you might have a look at that if you want to see into it. But I'm not going to bother with it too much because there are no errors coming in the code if we do limit it to be greater than 1. So it's fine. And also, if you really do want to flip it like that, you can use the gizmo, and apparently it does change something there. But then using this does that limiting, so it's... Yeah, I think it would work without this capping there, but combining with the gizmo a little bit and then continue to use this for negative values, it might work because the gizmo will detect the flip. Anyway, this part of the code is something that could be made a little bit better, but I don't know exactly what would be a good solution. Yeah, epsilon is also there for some reason. I think it was for the 0 case. If you really enter 0 there, then all the points get multiplied by 0, and then you lose all the information about their spread. So yeah, this part would need some work. But I don't want to get into this. I just want to finish now explaining the changes and then maybe do some related features. And this is just fine. At the moment, nothing serious with it. But thanks for pointing it out. It's definitely an issue. Let's put it here on the tasks. So something like that. Okay, I think we are done with the shapes. Transform box, panels. These are something we need to get to. Bounding box is very simple. You just create it with the top left, bottom right. You can also create it from points, and you can easily check if it contains something or it intersects something. And this is used for selecting shapes and things like that. The MISC has those DOM things and some values that work with the DOM. This should go to vectors, I guess. So let's make it vector get signed angle and v2, v1 there. So I'm just going to remove it from here and add it as a static class here. Between two vectors, and when we do have two vectors here, they're called 1 and 2. So let's rename this to v1 and this one to v2. Well, get signed angle. Okay, seems like the functionality is still good. So yeah, that's MISC. Shortcuts, it's pretty much the same as before. So these are the shortcuts, control, either true or false, and the keys. So we have selecting tools, we have going to the testing environment there to do this testing. And then we have swapping, resetting colors, undo, redo, save, load, export, select, copy, duplicate, delete, and detecting the key down, and if there is a shortcut, execute the shortcut. So quite straightforward implementation, and everything is fine. Contributors is here, adding it to that inner HTML. And the last but not least is the viewport and the layer. So these are the things I want to insist on now more. And then we are done with figuring out what this application is doing. Yeah, okay. So, what did I do here? There was a problem with the previous viewport implementation, and I really wanted to implement layers. I had to implement some functionality for layers because without it, I couldn't clean up the code. So the old version of the code, if I open, if I open it here and I go to viewport, you can see canvas, hit test canvas. And this is duplicated everywhere. like canvas, hit context, hit test, context. Some things there about it, but setting the canvas width, setting the hit test canvas width, the same thing, just duplicating the same canvas, the same code, different canvas. And everything goes like this. Like if you look through this, you will see one context, the other context, one context, the other context do the same thing, sometimes maybe a little bit different. But yeah, because of that, really, I decided to implement this layer class. And here, instead of creating what you saw there as canvas and hit test canvas, we have now main layer and hit test layer. And each of those have a canvas. And because I have now that layer, I also made the overlay, the thing that now displays the gizmo on the top. And the stage, which is at the bottom of everything. So the stage, and then the main layer, this is where everything is drawn. And then the overlay layer is the gizmo. So 3 layers on top of each other. And the hit test layer actually is that functionality on the side that only appears when we debug. But with this implementation, this viewport class becomes much simpler, and the layer is doing everything the viewport was doing before, but only once. It's creating the canvas according to this, setting the stage properties, and here a little bit different implementation for each layer type. So there are types of layers for the stage, normal, overlay, hit test. And if we really want to implement layers, we just make many normal layers on top of each other. And maybe that's what I'm going to try to do today, because it will also explain a little bit what this code is like by playing with it. So I think it explains a little bit better. Now, this implementation, I already can say that I would implement it better if time. I would use inheritance for the layer types and have this behavior in each type instead of doing some switch here. Because the hit test layer, I want it to go to the right of the screen. It's that thing for debugging. The first layer shouldn't have absolute positioning. This is so that things wrap nicely. And the first layer, the stage, should also have pointer events, because that's where we detect the clicks and everything. If you have layers on top of each other, everything else that is not the stage doesn't have pointer events. So you just click through them. This is some logic that is kind of annoying here. And yeah, all the other ones should be absolute, and then they should be left to 0 so that they overlap on top of each other. And the stage background color, I'm setting it to BG canvas here. So, so it's making it whatever, whatever this color here is. And by the way, I think I never demonstrated this, but when Michael made the style update last time, it also works with system preferences. So there is a dark mode, which I normally have on, but there is also a white mode. So in the light mode, the application looks like this. And it detects automatically that I want to use the dark mode. So that BG canvas might change from this light gray to this dark gray. And that's what was happening there inside of this layer. Okay, and then the same things as before, translating, doing the 0 offset so it's in the middle of the screen, and keeping these helper variables for keeping track of the translations and scaling of the canvas. functions for clearing it, for drawing the stage, for rotating the canvas. I kept this. Last time I mentioned that I didn't like that the rotation feature had was using CTX rotate, because in the future, if we want to implement a functionality like this, where we move individual points, now we are using that CTX rotate. So we actually don't know exactly where each individual point is. It's translated according to something. And I complained about this implementation, and I said that I don't like it because in the future I'm going to click on something, on a point, I want to move it, but then I can't move it to a new location because I don't know where it should go. But I think it can be like that for now at least. And even if I implement that, I just have to do the polar coordinate trick, but in reverse, and figure out the location in that rotated frame of reference. So it doesn't really mean that implementing it in this way using translate, rotate, translate makes the application not be able to advance in the way that I want it. And I think I was wrong saying that. But it might make some things more complicated, because if we go to our tool, we draw a path like this, and now I rotate it like this, the coordinate of this point right here and here and here, it's not real. The coordinates of these points don't change when I rotate. So let's try another path. So I have the path here. And the first point here is 13 and minus 37.600 something. So 13 and minus 37 something. And if I rotate and I do the same thing again, 13 and minus 37. Of course, if I move these, they change to some other, actually, maybe not. They don't change because these coordinates are actually relative to the center point. So what I actually mean to say is the center point changes in this case. Yeah, the center point changes. And then when displaying it, the center point is added basically to each of these individual points. But also, that's something I can calculate. 6 plus 13 is easy to calculate, and I know the location of the first point. But then the calculation for the rotated shape is going to be a little bit more complicated, and it's not something I can really yeah, I don't know exactly what I'm trying to say. I just mean that if each individual point here in this shape is not at its true location on the stage, I will need to do some calculation to figure out where it is on the stage, convert from the coordinate system inside of the shape itself, centered at the 0, 0 here, and oriented according to these tilted axes. I have to convert from that to the stage coordinate system and back. And having center and X here, I can add it, but then I have to use some conversions like probably that to polar and back to Cartesian to get the previous one. So that kind of operation, every time we move a point, many calculations to be done. And it might make sense to keep those calculations fewer. Yeah, very stupid thing in my mind. I can't explain it very well what I want to say here, but I kept it like this, and I think there's no real problem. It might just be slower than expected in the future at some point. Okay, so rotating the canvas to something, and this is used when drawing items. So I have now this function draw items, and notice the word I'm using, item. It's because I'm going to draw gizmos and shapes at with the same function. So if I have to clear the canvas, I clear the canvas, scale, translate. If there is the stage layer, I draw the stage. And then for each item, I rotate the canvas, draw it, rotate the canvas back. So doing this instead of actually converting the points and figuring out XY coordinates for those points. I rotate back using this one. Okay, so these are the layer, this is the layer and the helper functions. And then in the viewport here, we have few of these layers, the stage, the main, the overlay, and the hit test, and they are used somewhere, somehow. The shapes and the shapes and the gizmos are no longer global variables. They're also part of the viewport now, so it manages them. And we have a function for adding shapes, setting shapes, which resets the gizmos to whatever it is selected. It might be for undo, redo, the gizmos might be also there. Or maybe even saving and loading the file might have something selected. But then adds shapes using this function from here. Deleting shapes. Yeah, it loops through each of them if it finds it in the list, and removes it with splice, like so. Dispatches an event for removed as well. And functions for getting the selected shapes. I was doing this filter a lot before, and of course you can write it like this directly for selecting shapes, but it's something that you need to know what it does, and calling just get selected shapes when needed, it's very important. So now you will find a lot of these get selected shapes throughout the application. And you don't need to remember what filter does and how it works and so on. Then the canvas that we are working with is this, for the event handling, is the stage canvas. So it's the bottom canvas. And I have a helper function to get that one. The functions for scaling and getting the adjusted scale and position. I think before this was called scale. Now I made it look like the other one. It uses the zoom property, and the other one uses the zoom property and the offset. The offset and the zero center offset. So it was also the one from putting the stage to be 0, 0 in the middle of the screen. And this draw shapes is calling that draw items from previously. And here you can see it. On the stage, it draws nothing, but that's gonna have the effect of drawing the white rectangle, which looks like a stage. Main layer, that's where all the shapes go. Overlay layer, it draws the gizmos. And the hit test draws the shapes and the gizmos. But notice this false here. So draw items from layer, the one that we were looking previously, clears the canvas only if we pass here, if we don't have a second parameter here, if this defaults to true. So on the hit test layer, a single layer there, on the right, I'm actually drawing, it's one canvas, and I'm drawing what is on one layer and also what is on the overlay layer. So both of these happen there. If I wouldn't have this false, then on the right, we don't see the object, we just see the gizmo things, the gizmo handles, because it would clear the shapes that were just drawn there. And I can't really interact with this shape because it's not there, the color is not there. I could interact with these handles, I think. So I could resize the shape, rotate it, but I can't drag it around. Okay, so this is almost it. Now the event handling, so that's the last part. This function with handle changes draws the shapes. Every time when this is called, it draws the shapes, everything on all the layers. But depending on this detail value of the event that has been dispatched, if save is set to true, then it will also record the history. And this is important because managing the history in a way that is, I'm scared of implementing a good history manager, and that's why I'm leaving it a little bit for later. But I can already tell that some things need to be done in a smart way. For example, if I don't have control over when I record history and when not, then look at this. I'm going to refresh. I'm going to draw some rectangles, select everything, move them here, deselect, select the center one, change this one to red, deselect. And now if I undo, it made it white. It moved the things to the left. It deselected that, that, and that, and removed all of those. So undo, undo, undo. You see, I got these selected item here, and all of them selected, even though I never did that action. So this is something that I really want to take care of, because if I record every time I select an item, and now I'm selecting 3 items at once, and now I start undoing, you see I get this one and that one and that one, because I had 3 times added to this stack for each of those items that are selected, even though I did just one action. So I don't have this implemented in the way that I want, but this attribute here is going to help me implement that functionality at some point. Like if I go to that shape tool object, this one, and the rectangle selection, and you can see here I'm going to select the different items. For each of the items, I select them one by one. So if I go to the shape and select, I see that I can save or not save when I select the different items. And probably not a good implementation to have it like this, but I could say here false. I think it's the intersection method because of that parameter that we have there. I could say here false, and then I mean, it's not a nice thing what I'm doing now, but yeah, I'm doing this. I just wanted to show I'm not leaving that code like that, but now I'm selecting this, and now when I undo, all of them were unselected. So this is already a better implementation. But the reason why I'm doing this is not clear here. So this code is not good. And of course, you could put a comment here and say, for better history management. Select the last shape again, saving the state. So it's not a good implementation, even if it has the comment there. But this is the one file that I said I want to fix at some point. And it's okay to add a little bit more annoying thing there to fix. So it's gonna also remind me that I have to think about managing that history in a smart way. So yeah. Oh, and I broke something. Okay, I'm not gonna do that because uh, um, I don't care if anything is selected. So yeah, now it works good. So yeah, just wanted to show that somehow the structure of the code lets me um, control that at a later stage when I really focus on this history management to get it better. But now back here, so handle changes, handle zoom is modifying the zoom, handle drag is modifying the drag. These are callback functions for the event listeners for wheel and pointer down with the middle mouse button, the things that we had from previously. And these are all the new things. So the viewport, every time position changes, size changes, rotation changes, options change, shapes are added, gizmo changes, shape is selected, unselected. Every time that happens, it calls to handle changes because handle changes is going to redraw everything and possibly store in history if the event is of the type that specifies that it should store in the history. Maybe this is not the best implementation, but I'm still thinking about how to handle that. And then shape selected also generates the gizmo for all selected shapes. So when selecting a new shape, it adds them. It adds the gizmos to them, and unselected the same thing because sometimes, like if you hold shift here when selecting them one by one, and now you unselect something, you still want gizmos for those. And notice they do change. So the gizmos for those other objects don't stay the same. And maybe this is something that we could implement in some better way. But kind of minor at this stage. So here is where we listen for these things, and the viewport is going to modify everything. And the properties panel is update display that horrible function, that one that also should be changed. So so here at the top, when the panel is being created there, it also adds those event listeners. I think I already showed this before, but the properties panel, the position, the rotation, so every time the position changes, the size changes, the rotation changes, the shape is selected, is unselected, the history changes because history is also dispatched. So it's dispatched here in history tools whenever we undo redo. Every time these happen, we want the properties panel to reflect what is happening. So selected something, it shows the thing. Unselecting, it stops showing it. Moving this here has some X and Y value, but pressing undo, gonna have new values. So this properties panel it updates the display each time. And I think this is it. So I'm done explaining what the refactoring was. Really, the only added thing, I think, if I were to summarize everything, is this layer object that helped me modify the viewport and make it simpler. If you think about additions, and this is almost implementing the layer functionality. Of course, few other things as well, like some helper classes, what I showed there for the tools, and like the tools, the shapes, and then that crazy thing with the corner generated shape tool and so on. But the logic of those and even the layer object, the logic was there, it was just duplicated, and now it's cleaned up. So I didn't implement new features, I just implemented new structures that are almost implementing new features in some way. Okay, so I'm done. And actually, I'm really tired after thinking about explaining this whole code. So let's see what happens in the rest of the stream. Yeah, it's better managing the history, but I didn't pay much attention to it. So I think that it can be made even better. I just added the functionality and hope it's going to be enough, or at least in the right direction, to get good history management. Okay, then MSH Ryan. Command pattern. Yeah, I wonder if you have mentioned this already before. I don't remember if I saved this comment somewhere. I didn't do exactly the things here. I think that it's a little bit more engineered. I think this is closer to this model view controller, if I'm remembering right. But you also mentioned this command pattern at some point, and I don't think I have saved the or maybe it was Michael mentioning that. Yeah, maybe it was Michael mentioning that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's not easy. I think I understand what you mean, and really, if you use different applications and try to see what do they measure, what do they record, when do they add things to the stack and when not, it's a lot of hidden functionality that makes them good. Like sometimes it just makes no sense to record individual things, maybe grouping them as one thing, like what I showed previously. I don't know the best way to do it at the moment, and I'm gonna look into this command pattern more, and also at some point I will have some clear idea for this, and I think it's gonna become okay. But at the moment, the application is usable. It might be a little bit annoying, and it's using very much memory, and that is a problem. So it's a clear problem if you want to make very big applications, very big drawings with a lot of things. Now, I think there are two things wrong with the current application. Sometimes, and it's hard to replicate, I feel like this application, this version of the application, the newer one, is slower. Like, if I take like this, maybe now you don't really see it, but if I move like this, and if I compare with the other application, I somehow feel like the old version was snappier somehow. And I think that the reason why the new one is feels slower a little bit. It's not by much. It's very little at the moment. I think that the reason for this can be using more canvases. We have now doubled the number of canvases that we had before because of that stage and that overlay on top. All of them do operations like scaling, translating, rotating sometimes, and those are quite time consuming. I don't know if the best approach is to have different canvas for each layer. But what I do know is that if you have one canvas for everything, you have to remove everything every time you draw something new. So when we have the layer feature implemented, you don't really need to do that. For now, maybe we do that, but only if one content of the layer changes, you need to draw only that canvas because they are transparent on top of each other. So I see it as a kind of a, how to say, no matter what you do, one of the things is going to cause some problem. Too many canvases may mean that dragging something needs to update those offsets and scales and whatever. And of course, each time you drag something, you move some shape, it redraws only one canvas. So that's faster if your drawing is full of a bunch of shapes and many layers and whatever. And the previous version may do only one scale and translate when you're dragging, panning things around. But then when you drag one shape around, it's going to redraw everything from all the canvases, from all the layers. And that can turn out to be slow. I don't know if the reason why I'm feeling this slowness now is this, the many canvases. I also speculate that event handling and listening for the events like this causes a delay that was not there in the previous implementation. But this update comes with cleaner code. And I just don't know exactly where the reason for this small little bit slowness is coming from. if I look at the code of the whole application, I can pinpoint small things that could be done a little bit better. But for the sake of clarity, I don't want to do them at least now. Maybe later on we can have some part where we really make it efficient. But now all I did was refactor and add those extra canvases because it made the code nicer. And I'm not sure why it's a little bit slower. It feels, I'm not even 100% sure that it is slower. It should be profiled better. But this is also something, if somebody knows and one or already knows, already figures out what might be the reason, has an idea, let me know. And other things here, the tests that Yusuf has made, I like them. And if he or somebody else wants to try to add more, I guess those are something that can always be done without impacting the functionality. So the only thing I'm worried about is if people are working on the same thing or related things too much, then I'm gonna have trouble with these merging conflicts. And I know some of you want to do things for this as a practice or just because they like the application and want it to become nicer. Because last time I had those many pull requests. So that was very difficult to manage. And the reason for these tasks is somehow to separate these things as much as I could. And yeah, I think these are now also all explained. So let's have a quick look here. No, I don't want that. I don't want to have that one there. The tasks can be there. I don't want this one also. This was the drawing that I did in the beginning. It's yeah, it's not important. A private method there was good to keep it changed, and then the viewport. I probably just formatted this file. Oh no, okay. I formatted, but also did that small modification there. I moved that function to vector. Okay, so let's do a commit here and say let's see if it can generate something meaningful for us. No. I just write fine-tuning because they are very different, very small things, and I want to commit in one shot. Okay, and let's see. Really? Yeah, extra for loops can be removed, definitely, and also that thing with the selecting the shapes here. First of all, it has the potential to have the problem, but also it loops through the shapes. So it loops through the shapes here looking for the one, and we can make better direct mapping, but that's only for selecting objects, and at the moment it's not a problem. What I did notice significant slowdown is if we have a lot of objects, like that maybe, and now dragging, this is definitely slow. Oh my, I think that each of these, I think that's the reason. Each of these gizmos is dispatching those events. I think in the old version we didn't do that. It's not horrible that it's doing that because I mean, we can fix it. It's just yeah, this is really slow in the new version. So this event dispatchment, yeah, grouping the objects like this into one and submitting just one event there for the viewport to listen to that something has changed. It's gonna fix the problem. I'm not gonna bother with it now, but it also links to optimization, and that's the reason. Yeah, definitely. Now with many objects, you can see how slow the new version is. So I have to look more carefully. It was yesterday. It was like non-stop trying to do stuff, and I think the code is good and the bugs are gone. At least I don't know any more real issues. But I didn't test enough to figure out all of these side effects that came out from that. So I tested all the features quite carefully, and annoying things like the rotation and resizing in the rotated frame is gone. So those are good. But yeah, problems, problems, efficiency problems. And when I'm fresh, I will surely find some solution for that. If you have ideas also, you can suggest. But it might be something that affects in so many different files that, yeah, I'm worried to accept such pull requests. So maybe having here issues and proposing some solutions like that can be a good way. Of course, I don't know. I'm not very good in managing these. Okay, interesting how canvases can have different redraw rates. So I have to also look into that. Good things to know. Yeah, that thing with that comment with redraw all onto a static layer when finishing drawing. I can imagine a solution like that. So I can definitely imagine here this layer being just an image of all of these pixels here. And when you have a shape selected, maybe that selected shape is removed from that image. I mean, it's not included when generating that image in the background. So this is just one single shape moving on top of one big image there. And then when you release it or when you deselect it, it adds it to the it might regenerate that image or something like that. So if things don't change, then you could keep them in memory somehow, but as one single object. But there is still one problem. Sometimes when I'm moving this, it goes under some objects. Like it goes under this object. Let me color it a little bit different. I think that's what you're talking about, but I'm not sure. Under this object, but over this other object. And yeah, those are going to be some complicated things. Maybe you could generate two images, one with the objects that are below it in the stack and one with those above, two images, and then sandwich it in between. That's an option. But basically, it means that when you click or when you start dragging it, those two images get generated transparent, and then you only draw one image, this thing around, and then the other image. And it doesn't matter how many, what crazy number of objects you have. It's going to be as efficient during the move. So I think that's what you're suggesting, and it's something on my mind, but I'm not at the moment where I want to worry too much about the efficiency. This is clearly a problem. Like, look, now it's even almost crashing my computer. This is clearly a problem, and I'm quite sure it's because it's dispatching a bunch of events at the same time, because all of them are selected and all of them are moving, and I know I implemented it like that. And this multiple selection and having a group or something like this is gonna make it better, because then the group dispatches a single thing eventually. But maybe you don't want to group the things and still keep them independently, and then we would need maybe a selection object, something that contains all of these shapes, and you only work with that, and that thing dispatches only once. Or I don't know. I'm gonna think about it. But all of these are good ideas and nice discussions. I don't want the working object on top. I think that some applications might do that, but it's one operation that you don't necessarily want to happen. Like this one keeps the working object underneath. Animate, what does animate do? I think animate brings the object on the top. See, exactly like what you said. But actually, if this is grouped, if this becomes a group, and this one is also a group now, this is the object on top, but this one stays, stays at the bottom. So sometimes that implementation with bringing the object on top is existing in this animate software. But if the object is something like what I imagine our objects to be, because before grouping these are actually something else, something we don't have really support for. It's kind of like pixels. Like I could go in animate and take eraser and erase part of this skewed rectangle there, and the erased part is there. Let me change the color so it's clear. So this is really working with something we don't have support for at the moment. And in this mode, if both objects are like that, it seems like either this one goes on top of that one, or this one goes on top of that one, depending on which one is selected, which one is the working object. So here it just, I mean, and they merge. Like if I unclick here, and now everything is one object really. The whole stage now in this mode is just like this. It's something else. I haven't really studied this very much. But in our case, they don't merge if you put one on top of the other. And in that case, having those orders of the objects change is something crazy. Think about it. If you open here, one of my previous drawings, like the car, this one, and now I want to move this car like this, but it moved it on the top. Then I would have to go and press move to back, move backwards until it's back in the correct place. Or if I want to move this building, now it's going to be on top of the windows and everything. And in a way, it's a nice behavior that it brings it to the top, but it's causing trouble later on. And maybe you're also thinking about moving it to the top. Yeah, exactly. Moving it to the top temporarily, during the drag, and then putting it on back in its original place. I think it might work, but there is also the problem of it's not intuitive, at least in the beginning. It feels like you're moving it out and then asking, why did it go back there on release? It's something that I think that if you use the application maybe half an hour, 1 hour, you get used to it. But I just don't like it somehow. I think that it should stay in the layer that it's in, because there are no reasons for not keeping it there, really. I mean, you already clicked on it and you were able to select it and you're moving it around. So why should it really be in the top at this stage? And then when you release, something dramatic happens and it goes back in its position. So I think that it should just stay there. But these are very good discussions, and we could have implementation for all of them. And now that overlay layer at the top that has the gizmo could also have the object. So we can play around with these things at some point. Okay. Yeah. So okay. Thanks, Edward, for the compliment. And yeah, thanks for watching. How do I stay motivated during one project for a long time? I don't know. I mean, I haven't coded on this for 2-3 weeks. I don't remember when was last time, so I guess I wasn't motivated. I really didn't do anything for this until yesterday. So was it yesterday or was it 2 days ago? Because yesterday I was at the PhD defense the whole day. I'm even confused, but one full day for this. 2 days ago, and this morning I cleaned up things that were not needed anymore, and yeah. So I don't know. I have this benefit of doing very many different things because I'm not in some company. I just teach, so I can play around with these different things, and if I get bored of something, I change to something else. And same thing actually happened when doing research, because we were working on many papers at the same time. So if something gets boring, you can switch to something else. Also, if you get stuck on something, it's good to change on something else, because idea can come later at some point. But of course, if your job is do this, then you can change to something else. And I don't really have a solution for that. I think that it's just difficult to stay motivated. But when you start doing it, it's okay. So even if you don't feel like doing something, start, and in 5 to 10 minutes you might want to continue. How to escape tutorial hell. I really think that the best solution is just to think about some application that you really want to do, Like now, I want to make this application. Um, I really want an application that loads fast, is responsive, and has the features that I use when making these thumbnails. I really like this idea because you saw before when I opened Animate, I was waiting for it to load. And then I pressed this create new application, a new document button, and I was waiting for it to load. So it's slow. It's slow. And the reason why it's slow is because it does very many things. And also problem with these applications that do very many things like Photoshop, Animate, whatever. Um, you don't use like 90% of what they can do on a regular basis. And that means that the features that you do use might be hard to get to. So one thing that you might notice here is I removed this file and edit at the top because I think that by the end this application can have all of the things as a point and click. No need for 2 clicks for doing something. And even if I'm gonna just put all around the canvas small buttons or something, I don't know. I have some crazy ideas for this, but let's see how I get the motivation to do them. Um, so yeah, uh, I have a reason for building this. Uh, I really want something that can do basic things like removing some background, uh, drawing different shapes on top of them, making it drawing them quickly. Like I use a combination of applications when I make my thumbnails just because opening them and then transferring from one to the other to do the things is faster than using one single application. And they are not very complicated things. My thumbnails are very basic. But there are some key components that I want to have. And I think that at the moment, this is getting to the close to the point where the vector part of the operations are done. I still want to have the Bezier curves, and I also want to have manipulating the um, points individually. Layers is actually something I don't care much about. I really don't care about layers because my thumbnails are not that complex. If I would just have send back and front, um, that would do the trick. And even if not, I have ways around it. Um, but of course, they are kind of expected to be there. And I already have this functionality now from the refactoring stage. So I will add it. uh, Definitely. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. So, layers, or maybe somebody said about these shape back to front. It's good. I think it's good. How do you call it? I guess in the transform tools. Yeah, I think I will accept this and check this update. So it was long ago. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, so it was Rahul. Oh yeah. I mean, I wanted to see the comment. I could have known the name from here, but yeah, I think this is fine. So let's check it out. Okay, these ones. And I've noticed that shape width was changed to the smaller value. Also, maybe here. No, this was fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. So I think they are in the wrong order. Like backwards should just be one, and forward should just be one, and send to back and send to front should be the other way around. But otherwise, this seems to work. So yeah, it was the transform tool now. So here, Transform tools. Oh, you really send errors when we can't do that. Okay. Yeah, I think that this should be send to back and bring to front. And then here send to back and bring to front. And the implementation, I think it's just the other way around. So I'm just swapping the content of those functions. And same with the front. Yeah, and I really think that these errors are kind of not really necessary. Yeah, but anyway, it's good. It's progress. Yeah, I really want to re-implement that select at some point. So that select tool is now doing this combination of clicking on things and selecting things under a rectangle. It could be any other shape, but also this rectangle selecting doesn't work with the hit test canvas. So I don't like it. I mean, of course, the reason I don't like it is because it does this. So I'm selecting this shape even though my tool is not in the shape. It's working with the bounding boxes of these shapes. And I just think it's not very intuitive to select the object in this case. So eventually this will be following a new logic. And lasso tool, sure, maybe. I mean, I want it, especially when we will work with raster, with images. But if like this, so here in animate, I could definitely lasso this and delete that, and I've done something. But if these objects are like in our case, these kind of um, they don't interact with each other, they are their own blocks, then the lasso tool selects them like this. But why? Like And notice here how if I select like this, it doesn't select it. So it doesn't work with the bounding box like we saw before. So I really want the same implementation as in animate here. But the lasso tool, yeah, here it's not very useful. I guess you could use it to select some things in like a narrow way like that. But the objects are definitely countable when you work with them like this. And you can just click on what you want to select and get the same result. So lasso tool for this, I think it's overkill. But it will come at some point. So the image tools and the text tools, these are going to be separate things. And yeah, I really want to pay special attention to those. Image tools is going to be the most complex thing. Text, it's not that complicated. Yeah, I think returning there is fine. But does it really do an error there? Probably it does. So let me check. Yeah, okay. Maybe it's better like that. And I don't think that these comments are needed. I know many people like to add them, but it um, the name does what it's going to do. The name of the function says what it's going to do. This get selected index, I think it's a new thing here. And I just move it close to the selection part, like so. Now, I have a feeling that what doesn't work is multiple selections. Let's see, if I have these two items, let's make them red, move them in the back here. What happens if I press bring to front? Only one of them came. Eventually both of them came, but I had to press like multiple times. And this one seems like it's not moving the other shape. So until I select that one, it's not doing it as expected. I really think that we would need at some point an object for selection, like containing multiple shapes, and also group that is going to contain the shapes in a way that they are not gonna separate anymore. So those are going to help implement features like this, because like now Rahul implemented this and it was just fine, and you test it a little bit and it's just fine, and then you realize some small things like this, that okay, it's based on that, the selection is happening a little bit different. You can see how if you're in a hurry to implement, to move to the next feature and the next feature and the next feature, you might implement this, you test it a little bit, and then you move on to something else. And then next week when you're back, why is this doing that? And you don't remember anymore what has been the goal. And but to be honest, if I would implement this feature, I would do exactly the same thing as Rahul did, and then realize that something is wrong. And now I have start to have more reasons for having these multiple selection, like I would say group, maybe, but it's different. So when we have many things selected like this, it's different than having one group, because the group is something that you select all at once like that. And these can be modified individually. But having both of these items below that one and pressing here, I don't even know where it is anymore. It's not here. I don't know. But I remember the keyboard shortcuts. This is so funny because I haven't used this thing in such a long time. It's Control Shift up and down. So yeah, basically it doesn't work like that. Pressing now bring to front, it brought just one of the things, not the second thing. Yeah. Record history, good point. Well, here there is a need because it's doing draw shapes here. So there actually is a need. But the whole point of the refactoring was that we wouldn't do this anymore, and that we would rely on operations like moving the shapes to do that recording history, to trigger some event. But yeah. And where is this move item? It's here. Okay. So the implementation is there. I think the functionality is almost there. It needs to be a little bit updated to have the multiple selection working. But also some of these operations, like having this one in the MISC there, at the moment, this viewport, maybe viewport is not the best thing to do these operations, but it is doing them at the moment, adding shapes, deleting shapes, and so on. I think that the viewport's responsibility will be to do this movement of the shapes as well. And this one can dispatch the events, and then there is no need to worry about the history, managing the history there. So let's try to look a little bit now at all these modifications and arrange the code in a little bit better way. So this is definitely a helper method. So I'm going to take it and put it somewhere in viewport. And before we do that, let's test one crazy thing. So in animate, did I close it? Oh, no, I didn't close it. Where? It's this one. Let's test this crazy thing. So rectangles, and let's have them like this. Now this one here, let's make it a different color, brown like this. And now what happens if I select the brown ones and I do this? They need to overlap better. Okay, I don't have, I want to see those buttons for maybe modify, transform, arrange, bring to front. Okay, so bring forward, bring backward. Yeah, I'm doing the things correctly. So interesting. Bring forward, if I take this one and I bring it forward, it goes on top of that, and then on top of that, and then on top of that, and that, and that. It's fine. But if I have two of them selected and I bring forward, it actually brought them to the same level as the top object. And I don't know if if there is really a use case for that, but I would have expected this one to go here. Sorry, this one to go here, and then this one to go. Wait, maybe they are doing that. Yeah. Huh. So both of these selected. Yeah, okay, it is doing what I assumed it is. So each of those objects is moving by one, basically. And you can also move them all the way to the front and all the way to the back. So if you think about multiple objects being selected, then this is becoming a little bit more complex because you have to think about the order of these operations. You move one of them from one place to some other place, it might, it will, I don't think it changes the index for the next one to come. Let's see. So I'm just going to go here to viewport, move item. Now I'm working with this kind of shape terminology here if we are moving the shapes, but move, we already have move. We call it like this is moving. So what are we doing when we are bringing it to the front and to the back? So if you don't use different terminology for these things, now here it's under arrange. I don't know really what to call this, because moving means you change the x and y, right? But this doesn't change the x and y, it changes the z, it changes the depth. So some people refer to z index, call it like that. So maybe this is at least less confusing, because if you look at move item, move shape, the name of this function is, it conflicts with things that you typically think of when you hear the word move. Of course, it moves it in this z axis, but I hope you get what I'm trying to say. So change z index, and then from index to index, list. So these are the shapes from index to index. I think we can just rename this to shapes, because I have been doing that in other functions as well. So I like to keep the same parameter names. And from index to index, if the name of the function now contains the word index, you can get away with just from and to. You don't need to be so specific anymore, because it's clear that it's going to refer to the index, what this is going to happen there. So then you have splice from and then one. So you remove the item, you take it out, it's an array, and this is now assigning to the item variable. So this is fine. And then adding it to 2. Okay, so I think that this change z index is fine. And I think this error here is actually good, because it indicates that you are calling the function in a way that you're not supposed to be calling the function. So I think that this is just a good way to have the error signaling there. Yeah. Yeah, we will do that. I think that here in the transform tools, one problem is get selected index. It could be more useful to get the index of some specific shape. Let me put some music to listen to, because I'm starting to be tired. It's funny, because I didn't expect that going through the whole code is that difficult, but honestly, it got me very tired. Like, you have to keep in mind the whole application logic, and it's not huge, but it's not small either. And even though I didn't do anything, I was just talking, it's really draining. So I need some kind of something to listen to. And hopefully this goes better. So, get selected index. Now, it can be a useful method, definitely. I'm not going to change this, and I don't know if I'm going to. But because we support multiple selection, it actually doesn't make much sense. So I would have to change it, really. Now you can implement in many different ways. I'm going to go to viewport. Let's see where this gets selected index is. Aha. It was calling it to the class itself. Okay. Yeah. I think we don't need to do that anymore. Yeah, it gets just one of them. So I would like to get indices of selected shapes, and this is going to be not as easy. Um, I don't want to do that. I don't want to return it, but and this one is very similar to get selected shapes. So I might even do this get selected shapes. No, because the index doesn't get preserved there and we really need it. So I'm going to leave it like that. But I do put it get selected shape indices. Okay, so this is one function here. And then in that transform box, transform tools, let me copy this to have an idea of how send to back looks like. And back in the viewport, I implement it here and then I move it somewhere, but let's see. So send to back is going to be this one. I think it's something that just internally needs to be handled by the viewport. So like that. And new indices. I think we can actually use 0. Let's see. So indices here, and new index 0. I think this is clearer here. So if this is not that, then we change the Z index. And I don't think we need anything else. We will need that event dispatcher, because that's just one thing happening, not displaying things, not adding to history and things like that. So now this send to back, we get some indices, and then for each of them, we try to put them to 0. Putting them to 0 actually might get them in reverse order, which is not ideal, but let's just see what happens. So okay, and now in the transform tools, send to back is going to be viewport. Was it sent to back? Yeah. Okay, it did send it to back, one of it, but it didn't update the shape. So if I take this one, send to back, I pressed it, but only when I drag or something that redraws the scene, only then it appears there. So we could go to the viewport and say here, send to back, shapes reordered. I guess this is fine. And we want to save when we reorder these shapes. So now if I have this and I'm going to send to back, that shapes reordered is being triggered. I have to listen to it somewhere, so I can go to viewport in the event listener function and add one more for shapes reordered. And send to back. It sends it to back. So it's like expected. But now if I have two items, notice this red one is at the bottom. I'm red one, I make it now red. So now I select send to back. Now it's at the top. So still the problem there with that. I think that to preserve the order, what we want to do, let's see, press, and you can see how it flips each time. So I think that to preserve the order, we reverse these indices. So now let's have this this one here red. Oops. And what did I do? I must have pressed some I really don't know what I did. Some kind of weird bug. So now with both of these selected, send to back, it didn't work. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe, but I don't think that off-screen canvas is needed at the moment. Maybe later when we do some more image processing, we can use some off-screen canvas and a web worker there. Can help. Yeah, I tried reversing them. Yeah, you can also re-increment that by 1. That's also... Ah, no, something strange happens. Some other things. Oh, wait a second. Oh, it's private. Okay. The indices get messed up. So yeah, uh, it changes the index of this of the shapes. Uh, I really don't get it. Okay, how am I generating this? This is very... I don't know what I did. I did something. So this went all the way to the back, and now it's flipping like that. But if I take the indices and reverse them, I think I might know. I think it something to do with selecting multiple shapes puts both of these to black, and then somehow I must have pressed something and it's like swap or something like this. So like this and then swap. I think I did that with shortcut keys. So I don't think it's a real bug. It's just me doing things too quickly. Yeah, it changed the index of this other shape there. Two, three, and then it becomes 3, 2. Yeah. Uh, yeah, I know what the problem is. So if you switch index 3, so 0, 1, 2, 3, if you switch to 3, 2, you take 3 and you move it to 0, but then your 2 becomes this one. That's the problem. Yeah, this is messy. We need them to be in order here. I liked the reverse solution, but I think that the other idea of increasing new index by 1 like this is, I think, going to fix it. Again, I did something. Yeah. So send to back. And now it works. Okay, I think this is just fine. So how was the other one implemented? I want to keep the same implementation. I just want to move it to the other place and generalize it to work with multiple shapes. So send to back. So definitely we will need the indices and new index. We have to loop again. A new index index -1. So this is done. And if new index is less than 0, then something is bad. But if it's greater than 0, then change the index to new index and dispatching these. Now let's see. Oh, I forgot to update the thing here in transform tools. Let's save this. Oh. Still doing something there. And now if I go forward, bring, well, it's not gonna work. But I have a feeling that this might do something else. So if I now go with all of these all the way to the back, I wonder what happens now when they start coming in. Okay, so the first time one of them went there. No, all of them went there. Okay, so it didn't preserve the spacing between them. Then the implementation is fine. It's just doing one thing that I don't like. So this changing their order. Send to back is not bad anymore. I think that's fine. But what happens here? So for each of these indices, we get index -1. Yeah. So the problem now is the first one is going to give you a 0 there, and it's not going to do this. And then the second one is going to be a 1 after this, and it becomes 0, and then it takes the place of the previous one. So very many small details like this is something that I really like to pay attention now when doing this, because it's very difficult to get the functionality that seems obvious to work in the same way. And you really need to test and to try to find all these extreme things there. Yeah, they can't have index 0 for all of them. But when you put 0 to 1 and then you put 0 to the next one, the previous one that was 0 moves to 1. That's how this splice operation works. It moves everything ahead, so they don't have the same value. But yeah. But now the problem is, in this case, when the indices are in order, I need to check if the new index is greater than 0. This is something that needs to happen. Then I also need to check while indices includes the new index. No. I want to start increasing this index if there are selected shapes with, if there is a selected shape with that index. Okay, this seems stable. Let's try also the one with the interleaved ones. I clicked as many times as I can and it's not going there. It's not going behind the last one for some reason. Send to back does go, but for some reason send backwards. Yeah. I don't know what's wrong. Oh, yeah, hard. It's difficult. Swap the shape with the one before if greater than 0. Yeah. But what is this doing? Okay, removing and then... Yeah. So if new index is greater than 0, but I'm getting the same thing. I mean, at the bottommost thing, they are still swapping with each other. It was the thing that I wanted to avoid previously. I think this is fine. So if the place where we are trying to put it is not selected, then we do the swap. I think this logic is just fine. This can be const. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And last but not least, the two things for the front. So how were they implemented here? Bring to front and bring forward. So bring to front. I really think that all these operations that are done now by the viewport should be done by a shape manager or something. I just don't want to restructure stuff anymore now. I have had enough of refactoring recently. So not gonna do it now. But okay, bring to front. So send to back was how did we implement it? I'm gonna compare now with this bring to front. So we get the indices. New index is count -1 this time. So yeah. And then we loop and we change. Uh-huh. I think this is easier maybe. Oh, we don't need to increase this anymore. I don't get it. It went just to 1. Yeah, I don't know. Let's debug. So I have now this and bring to front. So the indices are 1, 4, and 7. That sounds about right. The count is going to be 8. So the last one is the last one is not changed, it seems. So the indices here are what? What happened? Some weird stuff is happening. Why? Oh, okay, it moves down for some weird reason. Let's fix this. Yeah, never seen that before. So let's debug this again. I'm so indices is 1, 4, and 7. Count is 8. New index is going to be 7. So index 1 is not new index. It's going to change the z index. Oh, but then everything shifts back. Yeah, then everything shifts back. Maybe this is a place where where this reversing could help. Let's try. Okay, and again we get this changing of the z index there. That is maybe new index minus minus. Not easier like I thought. No. So what's wrong? The new index becomes at the end. Yeah, the problem is hmm. Yeah, my brain just doesn't work now. So we get the indices from the beginning. It was 1, 4, and 7. This was 8. This is 7. So going through each of them, if we go in that order, 1 becomes the last one. But the problem with that is that then 4 becomes 3. So I really want these to be in reverse so that the their index doesn't change. Yeah, this is not easy. It's quite difficult to wrap my head around it now. Yeah, so what do I do? Yeah, okay. Array of indices. I have this. I have the array of indices. Apply that to objects. What does that mean? Yes, but I mean, they don't have indices, uh, like attributes or anything like that. They just have the location inside of the array, inside of the shapes array. Looks like this splice function is actually doing some of the things. But actually, this one considers shapes.length. I think that we want to add, if it is the length, then it works like adding. I think that might be the reason. I don't know. Okay. And then when they're at the top like this, and we press again, this one should become the last one. I think the problem is now we are not calling change z index for some of them. No, 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 no. Ah, difficult. Well, I'm gonna try it, but I don't think it's going to work. Yeah. But this count with -1, okay. It actually seems to work, even like that. Indices, like which object is on bottom, the next one all to the top. Yeah. I feel like this is just somehow complicating things in a way that is not nice. Let's try just a different approach. So we have here get selected shapes. We also have get unselected shapes. Like that. And bring to front. I'm trying somehow that approach, but not with indices. I just want to do that and that, and now that. Could it be that easy? Oh, I think I did opposite. Yay! So I don't know if this makes sense, but we could, or we consider a different approach. So sometimes taking a break and thinking things in a new way, I believe makes your code much more easy to understand. Yeah, I would actually do the same thing for the send to back. Like, look at this. It's yeah, everything is seems fine. The bring forward is not yet implemented, so still something to do. But these send to back and send to front are much nicer implemented. And bring forward, maybe we use this same idea going through the indices. If there is something on the right, maybe this is enough. Um, let's see, bring forward. Okay. Bring forward. Yeah, send to back. Bring to front. Send backwards. Everything is behind the first one. Everything is behind the second one. Okay, why does this not work? I'm getting these weird behaviors. Let's have a quick look at the debugging. I have a feeling something is weird there. Ah, no, it was the border. See, that thing that I said is not a problem. It actually is a problem sometimes. Like if I'm pressing here, probably I'm gonna go by this border. And now it's a border issue there because there are very many borders and they are somehow in between these because the shapes are a little bit longer, a little bit bigger so that I can select them also from nearby like that. So now this is actually a real issue there when I have this kind of setup. But that kind of setup doesn't happen that frequently, and I don't want to deal with that problem now. So we did something. We don't use this change z index actually anymore. These rectangles, maybe I'm going to save it this time because it might become a useful thing to work with. And we also saw that that's where the um, Yeah. Okay. Well, there are many things, but I mean, we use very few of those things you listed there in this application, and I think that, I mean, yeah, uh, I mean, JavaScript and TypeScript is like either or. Um, yeah, React, Angular, Vue, also either or. So you don't need to know all those things. You should just specialize in something, and same goes for everything else, really. Uh, like AWS, Azure. It's, yeah, depending on your work, you might need to know some of that, but not all of them, really. It is important to know some things about those things because sometimes deciding to use some technology over another is uh, important to do, knowing what they are capable of. Sometimes some projects, people decide to build them with wrong technologies in the beginning, and then they become very difficult to maintain. Here we just use core technologies, and one of the reasons is that I think sometimes people forget that if you start building the application and you get the modules there, it becomes fast to work with them. But of course, frameworks have a very important reason for being there, and in normal work, they happen quite common. Okay, uh, what am I doing? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for stopping by. You don't speak English, but you like the videos. That's kind of weird. How are you able to follow along? Yeah. So we did something. This I explained all these things. This avoid duplicated history is something I didn't show maybe, but it's really basic. So history tools. I just checked here if the last item is equal to the new state, the new thing that we are going to serialize, then I return and it's not going to add anything to the undo stack. So I forgot to mention that. But other than that, everything here I did like so. And now we have back to front. Let's have a look at layers because that was kind of my original idea for the day, even though it's scaring me a little bit. So the idea is that now we have this stage layer, this background basically, main layer. So this main layer is used to draw the shapes like that. And there is some testing here happening with the main layer as well. And exporting from the main layer. This is going to need modification. So what I want to do is have many layers. These overlay stage, they are special things, but the layers really are going to be an array. And the first item in the layers is going to be this main layer. In that way, I think that code in every other place doesn't break. But maybe I want it to break. I mean, I don't think one layer should be, or do I? Do I think that one layer should be the main one? Maybe if we implement at some point like selected layer, if we can draw on different, yeah, okay. So main one would be the selected one. Yeah. So now layers is like that. And I would need to have some functionality here for layers. So this will need again refactoring now because I think this is getting way too complex. It's doing too many things. But let's see if I have enough energy to do the refactoring also today. So add layer. I want to push to the layers and I want to this container is not saved anywhere. So we do that. And select layer. Main layer is equal to the given layer. Or maybe we can't really select layer by getting a layer as a parameter like that. I think we need an index. If we list the layers in something, then I think we address them by some index. Like that. Remove selected layer. Okay, I think this is fine. And I want to rename this main layer as a selected layer. So does it still work? Okay, seems like we didn't break anything. But this functionality for adding layer and so on needs to go somewhere. We could copy this and say layer tools. I have a feeling that these transform tools and layer tools are going to get some of the functionality from viewport at some point. So I think this initial implementation for the transform tools had something going for it, but have to think about it. Let's just have the layer tools in a similar way now. So let's remove layer by index also. Because we don't remove just one of the things. We also need to have some selected layers. So like this. Just changing to the first one in that case. So now going back to these layer tools, add layer, remove layer, index. Okay. And if we go to, let's just use the properties panel because I don't want to create new panels now. Also, a way to handle the panels, move them around. This is going to be nice to have at some point. Um, oh, no, wait. Oh, they are added in the same transform section. Okay. Let's have a range section. So now we have this here, and layers. There was some grid at some point for the colors. Let's see, panel section grid. Is this CSS? Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, so this is now special because in this layer section, let's try it. So layer section append child and layer 1, layer tools. Let's just put something here, add layer to see if it works. So there is this button here. And layer tools not defined, right? Because we are not importing it. So oh, okay, we need to create the layers somewhere. Oh. um, that's okay. No more problems. And now the canvas holder has 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And if I add another and another and another, canvas holder starts to have a lot of layers. So they are there. It's just they're just invisible. Now this layers thing, they should be generated in that they should be listed here somehow. And I thought to have a grid here for each layer, like this would be layer 1, there would be an add layer button, or maybe the button can be here at the top, but then the next row, layer name, like layer 1, the remove layer button. Yeah, something like that. So adding layer, it should dispatch something. So something like that. And the properties panel, this giant thing now, this layer section is really something it needs to be able to work with later on. So like that. Like that. I don't want this to be a button really. I want it to be, is there something here I can use? I guess label. I think I'm just going to do a div or something simple because label needs something next to it there. So let's leave button and remove button. And then pass their hi, remove layer, remove layer. And before this, the div that says I don't know, does this work? Okay, layer 1 and remove layer. The problem is this part here should create some other empty things. And I'm not sure what they could be, but oh, layers, layer 1, remove layer. Okay, this layers is, I don't want it to say anything there. Okay, and now layer 1, remove layer. So the only thing we need to do is have a 2-column grid somewhere. Yeah, so like that. And maybe like this. And adding a layer, I need to listen to it and update these things. So in the properties panel, the layers section, this can become so much nicer if I or somebody would spend some time on it. It's crazy long. It's 500 lines, like half a thousand lines in this. Unacceptable. So, layer count, populate layers, layer count. Okay, and in the viewport, when the layer was added, the detail here can have this. So we have the number of layers also there. And here, yeah, this is what I want. So now there are two layers there. Instead of this remove layer, I think I'm going to take that emoji from the trash can from here, if I can. And paste. So now I see there the thing. I think this arrange is actually something. Yeah. Arrange section can also be this, maybe 4-column grid. It's using too much space otherwise, so. And how do these look in other tools? Yeah, won't have anything like this before we design the icons. So maybe I'm just going to replace these with some simple text because they will. Yeah, they will eventually become. Let's say back. Plus plus, and then front plus plus, and back front. So now if I load something like the rectangles and I press front plus plus, it's all the way, back plus plus, all the way back, front just a little bit. Did it do what I expected? Okay. Okay, and back. And now I expect it to be just in front of this one, so it didn't work. Do I have some bug in this? I think we have some bug in that. Let's go back here. This works as expected. Back, 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 back. All the way, and then front. It only moved one in the front, but it should have moved more. Yeah. I don't want to do this, but I really want to look what the issue is. So forward, bring forward. Hmm. I think it works now. Actually, better name for these is FWD. I get confused with just back and back plus plus. It's stupid. Backward and then front and back. These are clear, I think so. Before they get some icons, and they have also this explanation if you hover them. Yeah, only vanilla JavaScript. Yeah, better with emoji, but at some point I want to have images that are gonna be drawn with the app. So icons that we make with the app for the app. Yeah. To add layer also. Yeah, maybe. And BMI. I'm not exactly sure. My CSS is not that great. I know BMI calculators, but I really don't know what you mean by that. Okay, and it was the add layer. I think we can find something like that, but I guess there is no brighter color than this. Okay, and we have remove. And did we need something else? Yeah, we also needed to select them somehow. So actually, going back to the styles, we don't need this 2-column grid. We could have used the 3-column grid. Like that. And And I'm gonna add one more element there. And then in the loop here, I want some checkbox. So radio button, because only one layer can be selected at a time to work on. Huh. Oh. Actually, this might be better. I'm not that familiar with this code since I wasn't the one that implemented. And that might mean that we are jumping back to the two column grid. uh, okay, so then this is not needed anymore. And the two columns there, so this probably can be refactored so I don't copy so many things, but I don't worry about that now. I think it's layer space I. Okay, so oh, I added one, but I didn't change this. Okay, layer 1, layer 2, Layer 3, this just needs to be cleared before doing that, so let's have one event so that I can do it also for those. And I think the index is offset by 1, so oh, Hmm. I don't have so much time for live streaming, so it happens maybe every 2 to 3 weeks nowadays. Okay. I guess you can call them that, but I'm not good with terminology. Oh yeah. Mm, mm. It's gonna be messy, but I just want to see it working. Oh, it's always going to add a checked because it, yeah, it didn't matter if it's true or false like this. It's, hmm. So where do we change the selected layer? It was here, layer tools, select layer -1. Okay, so now does it work? I can draw something on this one. It's going behind. Yay! Haha. And 3, it's going in front. Okay. No, it's not what I thought it's doing. All of the shapes are still on the same layer, but they actually change to different layers. Yeah, and they stay there. It's hard to explain. Let's see. So a rectangle here, let's add a layer. And now I just change to this new layer and I move it around. The previous rectangle is there. It's not there. It's a shadow of this rectangle when it was created on the first layer, but it moves to the second one, really. Then like this, and now maybe this explains a little bit how it works. Yeah, the gizmo doesn't work on the second layer, and if you look closely, the second layer is actually on top of the gizmo. So that's because the layers are added on top of each other. They're over the overlay layer. But yeah, and now if I remove layer 1, I think this does disappear. Yeah, and this becomes the new layer 1. It's coming along. It's coming. And the gizmo doesn't work because on the hit test we don't draw this other layer. Okay, so one of the problem is these shapes, like I think I want to move them to each layer. This is not nice. So every time we are using this viewport shapes can't be like that anymore. Let's start breaking things. Yeah, so viewport shapes goes away. Bye bye. a layer starts to get shapes. Let's put them here. And add shapes, set shapes, delete shapes. All these new things. Are we even using this one? Yeah, we are. Okay. All of these actually now go to layer, which is okay. Not great, but I think it makes sense because we operate on each individual layer one by one when selected. So add shapes, set shapes, delete shapes, swap shapes, selected, send to back, backwards, forwards, select shapes. Yeah, so everything until here goes now to layer. At least the code gets balanced out. So the viewport was doing so many things, and now the layer is taking some of this responsibility. And I think I'm going to actually go back in viewport and keep a version of these also here, but add shapes. It's going to be selected layer add shapes. So it's delegating to that. And I think I want to keep here the let's just delegate everything here. So for now, and later when another refactoring step happens, have to think more carefully about it. So the same thing for these. Delete shapes. The same thing happens here. Swap shapes is something we don't need here. Get selected shapes, I think we can do it again by that. This is again needed by that back to front, so nothing important here. No send to back, send to front, these things not at all, but select shapes. This also goes there, so like that. And now the code should have worked, but it doesn't because we still use that viewport shapes in many places. So okay, also here in layer, instead of viewport shapes, now we have these shapes. So in this file, everywhere where we find we do that. And viewport shapes, I'm gonna ignore this test for now. I'm gonna worry about it a little later. But document tools, viewport shapes doesn't exist. So, this is not great. It's gonna break the it's gonna break the drawings that I already made because it's not gonna be a backwards compatible change if we are going to serialize each shape like that here. So it is what it is. And I think layers L, I'm going to serialize. I don't think I need that. Because the layer knows the stage properties. And then loading, maybe this same structure will be useful at some point, but yeah. I would really like to be faster now, but it doesn't happen. I don't have much time, maybe 1 more hour at most. So I want to set layers now here. Yeah, okay. So 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 now we save all the layers configuration in the history. Yeah, not funny. So too much work now for this feature. Mhm. Okay. Um, okay. Let's see. So debugging here a bit. Okay. Okay. So this doesn't exist anymore. Okay. Maybe like that it starts to work. Okay. Some error. Something to do with history. Record. So history tools and then recording. We don't want shapes. Yeah. I guess we want layers. Okay. And this is L now for layer. And we don't have the function there. We serialize the shapes. What was this function doing? Okay, each of them is actually, yeah, formatted in some good way. So serialize that. This becomes an object now. Wait, it was actually no, this is fine. So this is fine. Okay, the error is not there anymore. I can move some things around. Add a layer. Draw some rectangle. Select the first layer. Draw another rectangle. And now you can see it's below the one on the top, but so it's below the one on the top. I'm not clicking on the one on the top anymore because I don't have that layer selected. But if I select it, it actually works. Selecting the layer also needs me to update that hit test canvas somehow, I'm sure. So going to main, let's put that true and see what we are getting here. So some rectangles, adding a new layer, changing to that. Let's make an oval. So now you see that there is only the oval there. And switching to layer 1 doesn't show me the other things. So I have to do something first, like maybe that. And I think the reason is that the viewport doesn't listen for the layer change event listener. Doesn't listen for that event. So that, and now this, and layer 2, let's draw an oval, and now change back. It didn't do anything. So when is this layer changed? Oh. Layers changed. Okay, maybe that's the reason. So that, and layer 2, doing an oval, selecting one layer 1, selecting again layer 1. Yeah, okay, so this is fine. And layer 2, and now I can work with these other things. Layer 1. The selection when changing to this other layer, I think should go away. So if this is selected and I change, I don't want these to be here because these are actually still, no, they're not clickable anymore, but it gives the impression that they might be. So I think that when switching to the new layer, I'm going to add here more personalized thing. I don't need the bind anymore because I passed the event there. And yeah, I think that's fine. So switching to the new layer is like that. And the image also comes here. Something strange happens. There is some offset between the layers, and I don't understand why. Yeah, I don't understand why it's doing that, but basically there seems to be some weird offset here between the items. Like for some reason, clicking a little bit below this is able to move those things. I really don't get it. Like now it's clearly shouldn't click there. Hmm. Yeah, and that's why this rotates, because it's actually this one, and here somewhere it would scale. So everything works. It's just something weird happening with the canvases. Let's see how they look like. Uh-huh. Okay, the stage. Yeah, a long time ago when we... I can't believe I didn't notice until now. So in the layer, also the layer that is the stage. I mean, the layer that is the stage should also have this top. Zero, but if we do that, it's a problem. I would have to do some stupid thing like this to get it to align. And if I do absolute here, everything seems to break because it expects that there are some non-absolute things there. Yeah, I'm gonna do bad stuff. I can't do it. Or at least I don't know how. Okay. That fixes it in a very bad way. I also added here in case somebody knows it. So okay, but where were we? So this works. Adding a new layer maybe should also switch to that, but I don't care about small details like that. Um, so now I'm drawing between the two layers, between the circles and the rectangles. Everything is okay. This overlay, I don't like it, so it should be at the top really. And that means that the place where we are adding this selected layer should be something else. And this one goes here. So yeah, so now the gizmo is on top of everything. Good. Oh boy. Yeah, it does have to do with that. It is, but the style differs a little bit. I think you'll see. I don't have time to go into that now. But anyway, a little bit messy at the moment. I still want to test the remaining features. So many other things are probably broken. Select all seems to select everything from the current layer. Delete deletes from the current layer. Undo and redo don't work because reasons. If I go here and select this and duplicate, Seems like duplicate works. Image loading. Oh no, wait. I don't want to overwrite. I want to load the image. Yeah, this seems to be fine. What happens if I copy and paste in another layer? Oh my, it actually works. I don't know why, but it works. And if I remove layer 2, I am stuck with layer 1. Okay, good. Now the CSS here, I don't need that emphasis anymore because I did it for debugging. Loading a drawing is gonna break. It doesn't work anymore. Set layers is not a function. So document tools. Viewport set layers. Okay. So let's see how the shapes were implemented. So load generates them like that. Okay. And serialize. I think this should work because it calls each individual shape serialize. So uh, yeah, this is what I want to do. So in viewport, set layers means that. Maybe this can be done here. Setting the layers, okay. Let's see now, refresh and draw something, save. Okay, what is this? So it's just an array at the moment, and then an array of the shapes. Yeah, but if I'm going to make another layer and make some rectangles here and now save. I have rectangles coming. There as the second item in this bigger array. Yeah, I think this is fine. So does load work? Of course not. Oh. Okay, it comes as two things there, and then set layers. Oh. So it's not a layer, it's just, yeah, that's why we have load. So let's go into load. Data is there. Oh, yeah, it's no information about how big the canvas is. Damn it. But I think this is not something that needs to be there right now. Or it should. So the serializing the layer now here, it just serializes the shapes. I really want to have here canvas and then width, this canvas width, height, and then shapes like that. And now I need to save again. And now it has the canvas information and the shapes. Okay, so loading now, does it work? So this layer now has canvas, center. Oh, stage properties is also missing. Oh. Wait a second, the canvas shouldn't even have been there. The stage properties are important because the canvas depends on the screen size of the person. Great. Okay, so when loading the layer, doesn't go from there, it goes from somewhere here. Yeah. Okay, another try. Let's draw some things with 2 layers and 1 rectangle. Save. And now load. And now this has values, 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 no values. Yeah, we should really serialize it also. Okay, so values, 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 shapes, shape load, and this is where, what? Oh, yeah, it was with the factory. Oh, I don't need this. I need just this. Okay, two layers appearing there, but where are the shapes? Ah, hmm. Oh yeah. Okay. None of these things are selected. And why is there nothing there? Oh. Okay. Hello. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm really in a rush now to do some things and uh uh what? Oh. I think the undo. Redo. Here. No, history tools. Redo. No. Yeah, that's okay. Okay. And okay, good. It seems to work. Pressure. Okay. Mm. So opening that works, but opening the files from the past doesn't work. So it's not going to be compatible anymore with those drawings. Let's make few of them. So I'm going to delete all of the drawings from here. I will keep the PNGs because they were funny. So, um, okay. So those are okay. And now let's draw something. I won't insist too much on this drawing, but let's make a new house. A rectangle here. What? Okay, undo didn't redraw everything. Okay, it did something stupid. There's this thing right here, setting layers to nothing. An array. Set layers, okay. Okay, so it fixed that bug. Yeah, I was drawing a house. Rectangle, and let's make a triangle. And let's add a new layer and add a window here. Let's make it blue. And let's put one like this also. Let's put some text. Like that. And let's load an image also. So I'm gonna load, I'm gonna load that tree. So this one, I actually want to load it behind the house. So maybe I don't have cut, but I have copy, I have delete, and I can't make a new layer beneath everything. Great. I can. Oh, I have, yeah, I have this back to front implementation. So in the first layer, I just go here and back. They don't work. Let's save it like this anyway. So house. And that. What? Oh, wow. Yeah, another funny bug. But does this now work back? Okay, it actually moves it to the back. Great, amazing. And then select all, unselect the tree. Let's move the house a little bit like so. And let's select everything on the second layer. This is now a way that I want it. Let's save. And what's the problem with this? Two things are not updating there. I think when we draw the shapes, draw the shapes, viewport. Um, it should go through all of them. So let's load again. Yeah, and now it works. Okay. I really don't know what doesn't show anymore that thing. Path, path tool. Here, I don't want to take the things anymore. I just want the path. Same for the oval. Same for the rectangle. It's broke. Okay. I don't know how many things maybe I broke now, but yeah, some things are not as before, but I have to wrap up in 10 minutes, so unfortunately it becomes a little bit bad. I guess it was the limit with implementing new functionality here. Yeah. Other than that, yeah, it feels sluggish. So that memory thing, I think now with the extra canvas, many of them, yeah, it's. I think having many canvases like this is gonna be a reason for slowing, or the app to be slowed down. Not nice. Maybe we change the idea and have a single canvas, because like now it moves okay, but adding a bunch of empty canvases like slows it down. So even empty canvases need to do those transformations, and they are quite costly. And can't think about it. But I think that now, why are these contributors not on top of everything? Yeah. Oh, one feature we haven't tested, exporting the image. I don't know. I have to think about it. But of course, you can implement it like that. The only issue is that you really have to redraw everything every time something happens. So it's gonna slow down in from other perspective. But yeah, didn't test this one with exporting as an image, and I know it breaks because it's impossible for it to work. It's an empty canvas. Okay. No. Don't tell me it worked. Okay. It did something. What about if I have something else in another layer, like a circle, a blue circle? And I do now that. It only kept that one. So actually, document tools. Export selected canvas, blah, blah, blah. No. I load this one and let's try to save it as an image. Okay, well, wasn't that bad. Yeah, I don't know if we should keep multiple canvases or not, but if we don't, then it's going to be a problem because we need to redraw all the layers at the same time when something changes on just one layer. And here with the many canvas strategy, we could optimize that to some extent. Unless we do this, then, or this, then those layers don't need to do anything. And yeah, sometimes this gizmo is not appearing for some reason. I think it has to do with, I don't know exactly, but it's rare. It's happening really rare. Okay. Okay, this thing here is actually because hmm. I think that might do the trick. So in the layers, the one for the stage doesn't get any more the background there. I think the background comes elsewhere. Okay. Okay, I did again something weird, but I have undo and I can fix it. Backwards, forwards, 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 backwards, backwards, all the way to the back. Seems to work. And back and front. Swap, reset, putting to 500 the width, increasing it, this thing with the shift, constrain, modify. Yeah, and undo. For some reason, undo doesn't work as before. Every time I change something, it yeah. I'm really not sure why it's saving intermediate steps. Like, it shouldn't. And the deselection is going away. This kind of intermediate step there. Set. This is actually for setting the size. So oh, um, okay. Now it works. And the gizmos. So for some reason the gizmos are broke. They get selected, but then okay, layer change. Yeah, okay, I know. I think this is the last thing I can do. So the layer changed. Here, it's not enough to do that. It's also important to unselect the things. I think the problem is happening because there is some kind of discrepancy between these. So now adding a new layer, if I don't do that, I add a new layer, that thing is still selected. So clicking it again deselects it. That's why these are disappearing and the gizmo goes away. So 2 clicks for making the gizmo appear. So this is something. All right, this is it. Going back to main and resetting this to false and yeah. There it is. Yeah, well, there are benefits and drawbacks. But that's it. I'm done for today. Not sure when the next one is going to come, but it's gonna be probably 2 to 3 weeks. And you have the task list there if you want to do something. Meanwhile, I just don't have time to work on this now so much, and I'll get back at some point. But I think the application is nice. The parts that were refactored were good, except for those 2, 3 files. And now what we did today, it's not okay. Much of the things could be. It's not horrible. I would say 10% of what we did today should be refactored. But yeah, that's it. Well, thanks for watching. I hope this was educational to some. And see you next time. No video this week, but no other video this week. But next week I just publish regular stuff. And at some point in a few weeks, when I have time, I will do more of this streaming. So thanks again. See you. Bye.